Hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory, broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How is everybody doing today? I'm doing just fine. I had like a brisket burger for lunch just a bit ago, and I'm like sipping on my tea. Hello, Daniel Callahan. Hello, Lal Giraffe. Hello, Highland Cow Lover. I saw right before stream, you also got a couple of new follows, but I don't know if they're watching. But if they are, anyways, thank you for the follow time, Zombie and Spine Jackal. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say stuff. You're probably going to be lurking? No worries. I was having a funny, thing I brought up on Blue Sky, right before the stream, where, I saw a meme someone posted that was, my teeth, and it's, a picture of, a really fucked up teeth, and it's, and then, some skull from 30,000 years ago, and it's a picture of, an old ancient skull with, perfect teeth, and I pointed out that that's, actually true, because our teeth evolved to chew, much tougher substances than our diets consist of today. In fact, have consisted of since agriculture, because humans used to eat stuff like wild grains raw. And it's the lack of stress and strain on your teeth and jaws that cause your teeth to grow in so chaotically in the modern day, which is a fun thing to think about. The reason your teeth are so fucked up is because you eat food that isn't terrible. Hi, Alk. We are, as usual, just kind of waiting for people to show up at the beginning of the stream. We will be starting in, 5-10 minutes. These aren't terrible. But yeah, so you notice there's a really noticeable change in the teeth of skulls found in from pre-agricultural societies and agricultural ones, where the ones that subsisted off of agriculture have really fucked up teeth because their diets consist of so much softer, more processed foods. And in this case, I'm not talking about what people usually mean in the modern day when processed foods. In this respect, bread is a processed food, because you have to grind the grain into flour and make it into bread instead of just eating the grain raw. And in all vertebrates, bone growth is very heavily dependent on stress loading. So your jaw and your teeth grow in weirdly because of the lack of stress compared to what our ancestors experienced. Which is why so many people end up needing braces to apply a sort of artificial source of stress to make their teeth grow in properly. I kind of forget where we are in I Was a Teenage Exocolonist exactly. We are still well before the dreaded 14th year, I believe. I think we did I think we're 12? We just like flat out forgot to save Uncle Tonin. Oh, we saved Tammy and Professor Hal, but we forgot to save Tonin. Which made Tammy very sad. But if nothing else, shows how dynamic stuff is because of Tammy having the whole thing with her dad dying. That wasn't present at all in the first playthrough because Tammy was also dead by that point. This is gonna sound crazy, but if I have one criticism of the game, it's that I wish more of the children could die. Because, like, as far as I can tell, after Tammy dies, none of the other kids can die until you're an adult. Until, like, the end of the game. I heard somewhere that Nomi Nomi can die. But no one else, as far as I can tell. And I'm not just saying that because it would be cool if you could fucking murder Vase. Hi, Jason. You know what? I'm gonna switch to in-game a little bit early. A little bit earlier than I usually do. That's okay, thank you for the head pats. Me made myself a little bit smaller because otherwise they'll block UI elements because it puts some UI imported UI elements very far to the right of the screen. Oof. That we are age 12 in pollen season. I definitely want more organizing. And I also want to raise biology some, like at least to the point of unlocking xenobotany. Yeah, we have this on the loading screen. The game isn't super clear about this, but as far as I can tell, each, like when it says +1 or -1 food, that's 10% on this display. You have everyone but Tange, Mars, and Vase? Yeah, because you've played like 3 times already, haven't you? I need to do more to be friends with Tammy. That's something I really gotta do. Oh, he also likes bobber fruits, apparently. Okay. But Tammy doesn't like cake. So I wonder what she does like. I assume she would like cake. 5 times? Yeah. Does someone have a birthday in pollen? We still don't know what Cal's birthday is. Oh, want to hear a fun nature fact? Yeah, it's the Hopeye one. Which gives us a little bit of biology and a little bit more relationship with Cal. Couldn't get the last 3% with Tange. Aw. I wonder when Cal's birthday is. And I need to get empathy up a little bit more. Relax in the lounge. Nothing much happens this month. You spend most of the time spacing out to whatever's on your hearspeak, occasionally nodding hello to the other colonists passing through. You binge a few seasons of a show you've been meaning to rewatch. Yes, I have a pet. I don't want to forget either of these yet. This is primarily organizing, and that is also primarily organizing, but also persuasion. I think here what we do is we study biology. Because we really want our biology up. Solana, are you heading to life sciences? I could use your help with something, actually. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance in the biolab. If you give me a hand in it, I'm sure she'll give you credit for the class. Of course I'll help. Honestly, and Miss Tange, we just need somebody to label petri dishes and move them from the cooler to different machines. A Hopeye could do it. I need to do kid voice, right? This is still early, I need to do kid voice. You'll need to find at the birthday from one of them, yeah, because they're twins. Instance is staring unfocused at her hollow eye as she processes the results of the scans. Tange goes and stands beside her, pulling up the scan on her own holopalm. They confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they're studying the shimmer, the mysterious illness the colonists get during pollen every year, including your dad. Oh, shit. Instance looks up at you as if just noticing your existence. Ah, Solana, she says. We've been studying samples from some of the colonists who get sick during pollen, including your dad. Some of the stuff in his lungs, it's some kind of fungus. We think the shimmer is a form of reproduction, Tange explains. It's like a fungus trying to turn us into more fungus like it. It's really neat, actually. You sound like you like the fungus. Yeah, neat! Spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Mostly this involves following instructions and doing, as Tange loves to repeat, jobs a Hopeye could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience, though. This would be easier if we had an actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. They're working with some biological samples, a fancy word for snot, but according to them, the fungus is all mixed in with human cells, and Instance has to spend a lot more of time in vert space trying to disconnect the two in her models. Gotta find a sample. Our most useful reports have been from foragers returning from the Valley of Vertigo, where the pollen is thick all year. That might be a good place to start. Yeah, we know how to find it. Oh, I didn't even realize that did that. That's a really good card, actually. +5 biology. I think I've learned that engineering doesn't seem to be that useful. You know, Solana, you're all right, Mars says as you approach. You blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're an all right what? At her sudden silence, and Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're all right, she repeats. You actually have taste, unlike all these other nullheads. Ever since we landed, it's been help with this Mars and don't waste resources on that Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. You shoot the breeze with Mars a little bit longer. At some point, Dis skulks out of the living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly not trying not to draw your attention. Where is he going now? Mars mutters to you, then raises her voice so Dis can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Dis. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. Hi, Crick. Shut up, Mars. Dis is cool. You say it loud enough for Dis to hear. He looks at you with wide eyes before scurrying towards the walls. If I said I'm making words, I'm gonna romance Dis again. Huh, Mars says with a little smile. No accounting for taste. She seems to respect that you challenged her. She watches his disc disappear from sight, then shrugs. Maybe you can get through to him. I've tried, but he doesn't care about contributing to the colony or being popular or earning kudos or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Lining up another unibombing for the road! Mars laughs and puts her hands on her hips. I contribute plenty and you know it, Solana. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? Have an egg. You want a log? This is... Are you making fun of me? Oh my god. Okay, she doesn't like logs. I don't want to give her a flower because I don't have that many flowers, but... Dust is such a dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the usually lush Vertumnan jungle. If there's a breeze, it's warm and, you guessed it, dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up and home after your sleep, so you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry, your dad greets you cheerily. Have you come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual Vertumnan dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. He shows you around the rows of corn and beans from Earth. They all look a little yellow and scraggly, not what you'd expected, but your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Yeah, I was going to go ahead and explore just to get a bunch of stress before Vertumnalia. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia Festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and a science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate, Solana. I'm brave enough. Yeah, she won't let us join. And also another thing I'm thinking about is that we have to meet Sim. I want to try meeting Sim. I'm going to see if we can meet Sim earlier. Yeah, pat the mush trees. John Low Snow, thank you for the follow. Bravely jump over the pond. We've already seen that. I'm not going to read out these random generic exploration events that we've already seen. Oh my god, we got 2 copies of Hot by Fax. Yeah, that's inherently more valuable, so I'll just do this. Oh, that gets buffed, so it doesn't quite make. We could have gone a bit more, but whatever. We got the super goal anyways. You bravely fall on and get wet. You hike up it. Push the rock down the hill. Which is going to give me some stress and lose me some kudos. Because it rolls over my pack. You know, like through a path through the blobgrass. We're not going to read that out again because, again, we've already seen it. Huh. Yeah, sure. That is a lot. Especially if we do this. Wait a second. And that was perfect. A little bit more perception. We're very close to getting the next level of perception. Oh, just relax, get some stress back so we can make sure we can finish all the events. Yeah, there's one more event, I think, is all. Figure out what's wrong with her, milk the float cow, some animals, yeah. Yep, go home. It's time for the 3rd annual Vertumnalia Festival. You gather with your family in the colony square. Everyone takes a seat as Governor Udicott approaches the stage. She folds her hands and serenely addresses the crowd. What a pleasure to address you all today as your governor, she says, looking as pleased as she ever does. In under 3 years, we've built a colony of which we can be truly proud. While we've suffered hardships and losses, we remain standing, as always, looking toward the future we are building together. Let us use this midsummer festival as a time to reflect on our many blessings. Fresh water, good food, healthy children, and a strong community. You look around at the crowd. Your friends, your parents, and the other adults who have been the background radiation of your entire life. These are the closest adult beings around for light years. No, the closest human beings around for light years, and they are all your family. Udicott bows her head. But first, we recognize the passing of our dear friend, Chief Surveyor Melatonin. Known for his gentle nature and his curious spirit, Tonin is survived by his daughter, Aspartame, and the crowd Tammy sniffles loudly. Aw? In his place, we welcome our youngest council member ever, Utopia, representing Expeditions. Udicott invites the rest of the council to stand and be recognized among the crowd, including your mom, who huffs in annoyance. When the applause dies down and the council sits, Utopia remains standing. Actually, Auntie Udicott, y'all mind if I just make a quick announcement? Udicott nods and Utopia clears her throat. I just wanted to say thanks to y'all who are trusting me with this job. She says, her clear voice ringing out over the crowd. A cheer arises from Expeditions, and she motions for them to quiet down. Uncle Tonin's left some big shoes to fill, and, well, I'm going to give it my best. We're fixing to get to the bottom of what we're calling the shimmer. The sniffles folks have been getting during the pollen. Until we do, please keep on wearing your masks when the pollen is thick, and let the doc know if you're under the weather. Thank you, Utopia, and thank you to the rest of the council for their service. Live music starts playing and Udicott smiles. And now it's time for games and feasting. The crowd disperses towards the feasting table, clearing the area of chairs. The children's competitions can be held. What will you do this year? I'm going to do the talent show again. Wow, that's mean. Mars has been studying Dis's technique after being embarrassed by his comedy impressions last year. Her routine this time is more like a celebrity roast, only the celebrity target is Dis, and he's not in on the joke. She levels some truly incinerating disses about his clothes and his mannerisms and his weird hobbies, keeping it just this side of too mean. She's a lot more polished than Dis's stammering impressions, and the judge can't help but smile. That's so mean! That's so mean. What the fuck? When it's Dis's turn, he's so embarrassed that he stumbles through the whole routine, a series of knock-knock jokes that get less funny as time drags on, and ends up running off the stage before finishing. Aww. Mars, what the hell? That's so mean. You perform a traditional song. By the time you're finished, people have tears in their eyes. Udicott asks you to record a copy of it for the Hollow Archives. You win, as voted by audience applause. Mars shrugs and shakes your hand. She wasn't really interested in winning anyway. She just wanted to get back at Dis for last year's performance. Oh my god. After the festivities, you take time off for a much-needed, very relaxing break. Your dad sets up a slip and slide through the colony square, and everyone takes turns sliding on their stomachs and spraying water at each other. It's a lot of fun. You can feel your worries floating away in the hot dust suns. That was so mean of her. Anyways, I have a bunch of these. I'm up to 50 friendship with Dis. Deliver some supplies. It's been a while, but it's time to attend a meeting of the Secret Fun Times Club. Mars started the SFC years ago when you were little kids. Tangent and Tammy agreed to join at the time, but then you all got busy with other things and forgot about it, with the wormhole and the crash and learning how to survive on a new planet and all. You meet in an unused conference room in Command, which Mars says is perfect for a secret club. I wonder if this meeting will be as depressing as it was in the first playthrough after Tammy died. Probably not. Club President Mars brings the meeting to order. Tange, Vice President of Writing Down Secrets, records the meeting notes on her holopalm, while Tammy, Vice President of Tea and Snacks, passes out potato juice in little cups. As Vice President of Fun Ideas, it was your job to come up with something for the club to do today. You choose making friendship bracelets and brought all the supplies you'll need. Today, Mars announces, we're going to make friendship bracelets, and I have an even better idea. We're going to sell them to people for kudos. Tammy puts her hand up shyly as if she's in class. I don't think we're supposed to trade our kudos for things except at the depot. We're only supposed to give them to people to say thank you. Tammy's right. Well, Mars suggests, then we give our bracelets to people. And if they don't say thanks with some kudos, we take them back. Oh my god. It's hard to argue with sheer force of will sometimes. If there's a loophole, Mars will find it. Yeah, this is very different than the first time around where everyone was just depressed because Tammy was dead. The four of you spend the afternoon braiding bracelets out of recycled bits of wire and bright plastic packing straps. Tangent dutifully counts each one on her holopalm, while Mars motivates you to work harder and faster. She promises 2 kudos to whoever makes the most bracelets. Tammy is already way out ahead, but work your butt off. Oh my god. Just do this. Yeah. That was indeed the best possible hand. Oh, Tammy lost confidence? That's sad. You braid until your fingertips are raw and red. Your work suffers, and Mars gets into her role as foreman, throwing misshapen bracelets back at you and insisting you do better. But in the end, you two earn your 2 kudos. Everyone at the colony died. Do you remember, Alchemist? We kind of betrayed humanity. Yeah, me and Dis betrayed humanity and joined the Gardeners. Mars takes all the bracelets at the end of the day. After I sell these, she says, I'll put the kudos in the club treasury. Meeting adjourned. You ask Tangent and Tammy if they think Mars is actually going to sell them. I think so. But the club doesn't even have a treasury. She'll probably just keep the kudos for herself. She doesn't seem to care. Not much else other to do, so, You show up to the delivery depot bright and early as most of the colony is still yawning and pawing around for their morning cup of blep tea. See is there with a large stack of thin white rectangles. Is that paper? Neat, so nostalgic. Yes, he comes. Governor Udicott is quite sentimental when it comes to these things. She even signed each notice by hand. I myself have traded in my hollow palm stylus for a pen. You're to deliver a stack of these reports to every council member in the colony. Seek asks you not to read them, but says it's just boring adult stuff you wouldn't understand anyway. You clutch the papers to your chest and nod. First stop is engineering. Paper? Dr. Instance is exasperated. The governor's sending messages by paper now? Is this a joke? Tell me this is a joke. You shuffle your feet nervously. Seek seems serious to you. She skims to the first page, muttering to herself, and there's sensitive information in here. Why am I fucking up the pronunciation of that word? Of all the superfluous, technophobic, sentimental foolishness. You back away quietly. Next stop, the cafeteria. That was great, yeah? Auntie Seaton takes the notices carefully with both hands. Paper! What a strange idea. And oh look, Governor Udicott has even signed it. What marvelous handwriting she has. I wonder what I'm supposed to do with this once I'm finished reading it? Throw it in a disassembler? It seems far too precious for that. Will I need to get a filing cabinet in here, I wonder? I suppose I can recycle it for craft time. Next up is the expeditions office. Hey, Solana. Utopia greets you outside, holding a heavy crate filled with something alive, struggling to get out. Just leave the notices on that bench there, okay? I'll bring them inside in a minute. Paper memos, eh? Is Udicott really that old? What's next? Toilet paper? The moment you put the paperworks down, a gust of wind picks them back up and they fly everywhere. You snatch for them, but accidentally drop the rest of the stacks you're holding. Scramble to pick them all up. Oh, I don't have organizing to look at them. Refrain from sneaking any peeks. You dutifully delivered the remaining reports to Chief Red and your mom, who both seemed confused they weren't sent by the HoloNet. You're a good girl and a good delivery person. You feel proud and important for delivering all the messages just like you were told. Aw. No, why did it luck that in place of all things? Fuck you, game. That's better. I could have gotten 21. Whatever. Oh, I got the second perception perk finally. That'll be nice to have for next year. Yeah, he likes that. Oh. Hold this to your head now, my darling, you hear as you enter the Guardian looking for Cal. It'll help with the swelling. Cal is sitting with his mother, Auntie Tira, who kneels beside him holding an ice pack to his head. Cal's eyes are a little puffy. He rubs them and sniffs as you approach. Hello, Solana. Tira greets you with a kind smile. Don't worry, recalcitrance just took a tumble off of something you shouldn't have been climbing. Mom, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. Cal shrugs. I climbed it before and it was fine, he says, not disagreeing with you. It was slippery from the irrigation misters, that's all. Mom always knows how to make it better, he says with a boyish smile, even if I'm old enough to take care of myself. My brave boy, Tira says, stroking his hair. Thanks for humoring me. She looks over to you. Don't let him show off for you, Solana. Ground-based feats of bravery only, for the rest of the day. Cal whines and wrinkles his nose. Tira laughs and wraps him in a big motherly hug, rocking him back and forth. Despite his protests, Cal's eyes close in happiness. He really loves his mom. Aw. And then I'm going to work in the depot. So I still want more organizing, and I do want to actually get some persuasion. Zeke rolls their eyes when they see you report to the depot for your first day as a clerk. Oh, it's you, they deadpan. Well, at least you might learn something useful while you're here. The depot is where the precious nanoprinter lives. Zeke lords over it like a tyrant, and they don't like children. They load the depot module on your holopalm and walk you through the process. People submit requisitions for the nanoprinter through this portal. It's your job to program the correct routine into the nanoprinter to fulfill their order. Then you mark it as available for delivery or pickup, depending on if we have a delivery person available. And we almost never do. Yeah, clean and organize the depot. Get some extra organizing. Oh, fuck you. My tracking dropped because it had a pop-up about stuff available in the App Store on my iPhone. Boys aren't smart when they see girls and men are worse, yeah. There isn't a lot to organize, as you don't store a lot of stuff here, except for things that people need all the time, like toothpaste. But you find a bucket and start to mop the floors the old-fashioned way, because there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your work. Yeah, I have to do it because I don't have enough reasoning to recognize this as fake. You're about to punch in the parameters for something similar to what's in the requisition when you hear someone laughing behind you. OMG, Mars exclaims, leaning over your shoulder to look at your holopalm. Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Like, Solana, that's not even a thing. Mars snaps her gum in your ear as she reaches over and dismisses the requisition. Here, I saved you from being a nullhead today. Now you owe me one. I take payment and acts of service. I need higher organizing to say I should be in charge. I am so totally relieved to have you as my assistant here, Solana. Finally, someone to haul boxes and fetch things so I can focus on the important work. Maybe we could share responsibilities? I don't care which one of you is in charge, Seek interrupts, so long as you get the work done. Seek pauses. Wait, did you wash the floors? They say, looking impressed. Well, that does deserve a reward. Here you go. They swipe their hollow palm and you feel yours pulse as a couple kudos are deposited into your account. Mars can hardly wait until Seek has gone to giggle. Either way, I'm glad you're here. This job is usually so boring. I could have gone slightly higher. But hey, it was super cool and we got up to 20 organizing. I think we can tell Mom what we learned. Yeah, tell her what you learned today. Are you eating enough? Your mom says, looking at you critically. Drinking enough water? It's hotter here than you're used to. You have to take care of your body if you want it to take care of you. Tell her what you learned today. We haven't really been in school for a while or even in engineering, but you tell your mom about some paperwork you had to deal with. You're pretty good at organization, so it was easy. Do you even know why we call it paperwork? Your mom laughs. It's true. It's not like you're sorting actual paper. Back on Earth, we used to have paper to... Nah, never mind. Good for you. Good on you for having your... Wait, good for you for having your your head together. I'll give you a log just for a tiny bit of relationship. I assume she likes flowers. I want to do some biology, I think. What unlocks tutoring, actually? I feel safe just like looking up requirements for jobs. Oh, I need 30 reasoning? Damn. So I need to get reasoning the hard way. In order to get the job that like increases reasoning a lot. Wow, it is raining heavily outside. I just noticed. Is there a thunderstorm, actually? I should look at that. Oh, there is a thunderstorm, but it's a really small one. It should be over very quickly, so... I will not worry about it too much. I also need a bit of empathy. I need the first empathy one so I can drop cards with kudos. Oh, I could buy something like the superhero cape, too. I end up like never really studying humanities. Because creativity isn't that useful. Well, I think this creativity perk is useful. But I don't feel compelled to rush it early, and there are very few checks that use creativity, I think. Yeah, let's study life sciences again. You should have known better, Tangent. You hear as you walk past the laboratory. Curious, you listen at the door. Chief Engineer instant sighs. I know you meant well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. You can't simply look at an experiment and change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without sound methodological underpinnings. Tanja's response is more subdued than you've ever heard her before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking down at the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose in her fingers. I'll expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, and I will personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. Every time I look at these two now, I think about them researching a bioweapon years later. Yeah? You flatten against the wall as Instance breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head around the laboratory, where Tanj scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? Cheer up, it could be worse. It's true. I could have lost 4 months of work, Tanj says wryly. That's the spirit. Losing the data was my fault. I wanted to prove I'm not the little kid from biology class, that I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me. When I was a kid and now with my mother gone, she's the only adult in the colony who sees what I could become. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. I certainly hope so. Could have gotten slightly better, but I got the super goal regardless, so there, xenobotany unlocked. Oh wait, did I ever? Oh yeah, help Dad with the animals. Your dad is working with the float cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast, and it wants to keep floating away. Your dad is building a spike so that he can tie her down until she feels better. You hold onto the leash, feeling like a little kid with a balloon, a big, woolly, grassy balloon. It looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself refracted in them. Weird. Neat. What else do I get from babysitting? It's empathy and a little bit of creativity. Okay. What do I want to level up? I'd really like to level up reasoning some, but I can't. Animals. I don't have anything that levels animals. Combat. Again, I don't think I have anything that levels combat. I can go to defense training. But I don't really have any reason to level it yet, I think. I think we want to level up our organizing a bit more, still. We want to get that first organizing perk a lot. And this also increases persuasion, which we need. Mars insisted on being the one who talks to people and takes requisitions, while you work hidden in the back loading packages onto the conveyor belt. You pop a package on and it slides through the little door into the front room. Mars plucks it up and presents it to Professor Hal with a flourish. Thanks for brightening my day with your smile, Hal says, taking it. It's always nice to see you working hard, Marzipan. Here's a little something extra for you. He taps his holopalm and leaves with a whistle. Mars glows and calls after him. 10 kudos! Thanks, Professor Hal. I'm going to buy so many sour sticks. It's not fair. You're the one running around in the back doing all the heavy lifting, while she gets all the credit and kudos. And you want those kudos because it's just the principle of the thing. What, are you jealous? Lose your temper, yeah? You yell at her, those tips should be yours. Her job is way easier and you're doing all the work. She shouts back, maybe I get so many tips because I have a better attitude. You don't get tips by yelling at everybody you know. You feel the blood rush to your face. Ace, open your mouth to keep shouting when Mars bursts into laughter and taps her holopalm. Here, take the kudos. I was just joking. I didn't mean to turn you into the Hulk or anything. Your face looks like a giant tomato. She seems to be happy that you stood up for yourself. It's just a game, she tells you, to see how many tips I can get. I don't even need the kudos. Aw. That's cute. Oh, wait. +5 organizing. We need 6 more organizing to, get the next perk. Mars wanted to talk to me, but it's glow season, unfortunately. And she's not out during outside during glow season. Also, I forgot to give Tangent Disc something for their birthday. Fuck me. Whatever, have some herbs. Anyways, we're going to work in the depot a bit more. Mars has asked you to recruit some new members for the Secret Fun Times Club. Who do you approach with this fun, exciting opportunity to make friends and be your own boss? This is my best friend, so... This will be easy to recruit, you figure. His sister's already in the club after all, right? Wrong guess. No, Dis mumbles, flipping his hoodie over his head. I have better things to do than be in your stupid club. He liked that I invited him. You just want someone to make fun of. Go away. Even though you don't manage to recruit him, you can tell Dis is secretly happy that you tried to include him. At least you think so. It's okay, it's hard to tell, but you have a strong suspicion. The meeting starts as usual, except for Mars's foul mood. Seriously, nobody found any more recruits? Do I have to do all the work around here? It's a good thing I convinced Cal and Anemone to join. She sniffs. What, like it was hard? Anemone can be vice president of kicking stuff, Mars announces. You know, for if we need extra security, or like if we need to open a door and can't use our hands... Cal will be vice president of transportation, Mars continues. Cal pulls out his hoverboard and grins. That'll be useful if we need to get somewhere fast, or if only one of us does anyway. He can deliver secret messages too. Mars makes them raise their hands. Do you promise to always be cool kids and do fun stuff together and never tell any adults about the Secret Fun Times Club? Cal and Anemone agree readily. Oh my god. And then we just do this because it's the highest one. Oh, maybe I could have gotten more if I had done a pair. Yeah, probably could have. I need 1 more organizing. Two data points form a line, but 3 is a pattern. The colony has been on high alert all glow, hoping that the creatures from beyond the wall don't return for a 3rd year in a row. Surveyors keep reporting that they're seeing unusual animal activity. Even the plants seem different, they say, and new tracks that must have been left by creatures larger and heavier than you've ever seen. You and the other colonists drill evacuation plans. You're in engineering when you hear the sirens ring through the colony. You cover your ears against the noise and make your way to the nearby classroom. This is one of the assembly points, so you should be safe there, but it wasn't so safe last year for Professor Hal. What if another creature gets in? You look at Professor Hal and he looks back at you. Last year, you saved his life right here. Hal clears his throat, visibly trying to stay calm. All right, children, he says, subconsciously touching his neck. Just remain seated. I'm certain everything will be fine. You've been told this before. As the sirens continue, you're faced with a choice. Sneak out. While Professor Hal is distracted, you crawl out from behind the table. What are you doing? Mars whispers angrily, but you ignore her. You creep along the back of the room, then quickly duck out the classroom door and sprint down the hall before anyone can chase you. You slow to a walk as you near the outer doors of engineering. Something doesn't feel right. You stop to listen in the dim emergency lighting and hear the metallic popping of something overhead in the ventilation ducts. Your blood goes cold. Monsters, they're here! You follow the sounds to a workshop and force yourself to look up through the slats of the vent. You gasp. 2 glistening bug-like eyes peer down at you. No, 4, 6. They blink in syncopated pairs. Then you hear it over the sirens, a soft pinging noise, halfway between a chip and a purr. The creature skitters spider-like from one side of the vent to the other. A small furry tentacle slithers through the slats, searching for the vent released. When it can't find one, it bangs its body against the inside of the vent, denting the metal. Tame it. It's the best pet in the game. Straight up. There's only one pet I haven't gotten yet. Ooh. I got +2 animals, which is almost enough to get the first animals perk. You win it over by reading its body language and slowly building trust. It seems to want to join you, and you think, hope, you'll be allowed to keep it. You look the species up on your holopalm and learn that Vriki, so named for the trills they make, which yours is making now, cuddling against your leg, are neither male or female, though they do require a mate to reproduce, so it's a they then. You decide to name them. Woodley Feederson this time. They blink every one of their beady black eyes up at you. None of them in unison. They seem to have no problem with this name. It isn't long before the sirens turn off, ringing 3 short pulses as the all-clear message flashes on your holopalm. You and the other children file out of engineering, and you head back to your quarters. Your parents will want to know that you're safe. You manage to smuggle your new pet Vriki under your jacket and hide it under your bed before they arrive. Your dad gives you a big hug, but your mom slumps into a seat at your small table. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics this time, she mutters, but your dad pets her hair and shushes her. I'm sure it was just bad luck, Flulubel, he says, but your mom shakes her head and folds her hands in front of her mouth, staring out the porthole window at the fields. And furthermore, your attitude towards your elders in general is entirely disrespectful. You find Udicott delivering a scathing reprimand to Mars, who is doing her level best to look like she'd rather be anywhere else. You speak out of turn, you question the council's decisions. If you disagree with an order, you simply do not do it. I could go on. Do you need me to go on? Mars scowls. No, she replies. Udicott clicks her tongue. I honestly thought better of you, Marzipan. She chastises. You have the sort of natural leadership ability I remember from when I was a girl, many years ago. Mars doesn't roll her eyes, but you get the sense that it's a close call. You need to set a better example for the other children, Udicott continues. It's okay to have your own opinions, but you kids can't just do whatever you want. You have to follow the rules and respect your elders. I am setting a good example, Mars retorts, stomping her foot. Hello? The only reason we're here is because a bunch of people knew living on Earth was nonsense and decided to do something different. Udicott looks scandalized, but Mars just continues on. Maybe kids should have more authority. We're the ones with the new ideas that will take us into the future. Mars is right. See, Mars insists, everyone agrees with me. You might be on Vertumna, but your ancient old brain is stuck back on Earth. She takes a deep breath for a moment and seems much older. Governor Udicott, we need higher walls and more aggressive farmland clearing, and we need it now. Are we here to stay on this planet, or will we just sit around until the jungle swallows us back up? Udicott's mouth opens and closes a few times. Then she puts her hand to her forehead. Both of you get back to your duties, she sighs. Marzipan, we will talk about this later, in private. Mars, you are weighed down by gravity! Yeah, her soul is weighed down by gravity! I want you to rest and then go exploring. I'm gonna hang out on the wall this month. After the first attack on the colony, they added lookout towers to the walls. Now you have a place to hang out if you don't feel like working, and... Mars piloting the Sazabi? And because it's all the way up here, no adults are going to come and ask you to run any errands for them. On rainy days, you take shelter under the pavilions and listen to the pitter-patter of warm raindrops on the grass roof. You can do whatever you want. Ah, this is the life. This is a good place to study. I think that gives reasoning, and it's hard to get reasoning, so... You pack your holoculars. The wall is a great vantage point to examine the wild jungle outside the colony. Your independent study even counts towards class credits without having to actually be in class. Mind if I sit here too? Sure, there's plenty of room. The two of you dangle your feet off the side and watch the valley below. Dish shifts a little uncomfortably and doesn't say much. You wonder if this was his private spot to be alone before you discovered it. I don't want to forget either of those. You wake to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering. Wait, isn't today your 13th birthday? Where's your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. You peek through the privacy curtain on your bunk and listen in on their argument. You're being unreasonable. Solana is a teenager now. You have to give her the opportunity to take calculated risks, or she'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is. Going off into the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous. It's weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out quietly or go to mediation. This time, they sound really upset. It's unsettling. I think I should... They glance at you. Your mom holds up her hand to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium. You've said yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not our daughter? Your dad flails his hands helplessly. Because, Flulu, she's our daughter. It's our responsibility to keep her safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling her. Your mom almost shouts. And your dad flinches in shock. Solana's survival depends on her understanding this planet we're living on. So you're not doing her or the colony any favors by pretending like that's not the case. I can take care of myself. You point out that you saved Professor Hal when you were only 11, so clearly you can handle yourself. Your dad's shoulders sag as he shakes his head. You barely even know it's out there, kiddo, he mutters. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Solana, sorry. It's your birthday today, and here we are arguing like a pair of assholes. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have your usual birthday breakfast, but we got to talking about how Utopia's opened up positions and expeditions for kids 13 and older, and that's you now. I suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings someday, your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you were safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own path in life, so if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana, she exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a great big squeeze. Here, I got you this. Oh, she gives me a cake. She steps back and reaches into one of the many pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly. If that would make you happy, share it with Tammy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own, silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. Aw. So she doesn't actually like cake as a present. I'll try giving her a flower. Yeah, she likes the flower. I love flowers, even weird alien ones, and yellow is my favorite color too. Oh, she loves the yellow flowers, okay, particularly. So now we just need to find out when her birthday is. You find your dad comparing some plant samples. When he sees you, he puts down the test tubes and gives you a big hug. Kiddo, he exclaims, then kneels down to look you in the eye. I've been thinking, I want to say I'm sorry your mom and I were arguing on your birthday. We disagree sometimes, just like every couple, but it's unfair that you had to see how the sausage gets made. I love that sausage. I was really upset. Your dad's face falls. I know, I'm sorry, Gooseberry. Here, I hear the depot's open now. Go get yourself a piece of candy or something, on me. Your mom and I talked it out, he continues. We're both just really putting our everything into the farm right now, and it's making us kind of snappy. You don't have to worry about it, okay? He squeezes you in a hug. If you want to join Utopia's exploration team, just be careful. It's dangerous out there. Hey, I have it unlocked. I can go finally survey the plains. When you boarded the expedition's autobus this morning, you didn't know what to expect. It shuttled you and the other survivors a few clicks north to the prosaic plains. Oh god, I gotta equip the Riki instead of the thing I have, yeah. A high, flat area with cooler weather than your colony. You could barely control your excitement as you watched the landscape change, and now you're here. You're finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony. You greet Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a plas cutter, she says, handing you one. It's a tool for heating and cutting things. You can use it to make a fire, cauterize a wound, boil water, and it cuts some materials pretty alright. You can use it for self-defense too, but I don't suggest it. Are we going to be in danger? She makes a so-so motion with her hand. This is a quiet area, and what we're doing, we're not supposed to be in danger. We're just going to be taking notes and pictures, keeping track of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything is potentially dangerous. We don't know much about what's out there, which is why we need surveyors. Even young uns like you. The prosaic plains are a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long way off. Utopia sees you squinting at the horizon. And what are you going to do if you see something coming for you? Avoid it. Good kid, Utopia approves, patting you on the back. We don't need any trouble. Dis joins you. He must have come on an earlier autobus. Ah, good you're here. Utopia says, digging out another plas cutter for Dis. You two greenhorns are with me for the foreseeable. Now, we don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time out there, but I do expect y'all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Dis share knowing glances. You've both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. It'll automatically perform local scans wherever you go. Though detailed scans still need to be done manually. When you return here to the depot, it'll upload its findings to the HoloNet. Hi, Anti-Fashion Action. Your job is to cover ground, see what's out there, and so long as it isn't dangerous, record it. She slaps you on the back. All right, team. Don't get yourselves killed out there, okay? The terrain here is strange. Some kind of smooth rock covered in lichens and tiny plants. It's weirdly warm, and the sparkstone melts when it hits it. Carefully move over it. I think we just do this. No, that sets value, fuck. Oh, and I forgot to switch. God damn it. Remind me. We want to do this. That was the best possible hand. Okay. +2 perception. After cautiously walking around on it for a few minutes and observing quietly, you realize the ground is alive. It's rumbling very slightly. Can't I not change during an event? I don't think you can. Yeah, I have to wait until I get back. Well, you thought it was just a rock slowly opens. It's an eye. It stares at you dreamily, and you stare back fascinated. This must be a very ancient creature. It's so vast it's completely merged into the surroundings. There are even trees growing out of it. A little animal, like a moth with huge webbed feet, lands between you and the massive eye and starts preening. The eye dilates to focus on the moth, then it slowly closes again in what you think might be contentment. After a minute, you feel a faint rumble under your feet, regular breathing in and out, snoring. You creep off the creature, careful not to wake it again. There we go. +1 skill on challenge win. Yeah, find my way through the snow. This is better, just doing that. We don't have a 4, but we do have a 3. And a 2. That runs the straight. And a 1. +3 perception. You keep putting one foot in front of the other, relying on wayfaring and a fair bit of luck to make your way through, but you see something inexplicable. You squint into the driving snow, but all you see is white on white on white, and the slightest hint of movement. It doesn't even look corporeal, almost like a cloud, like the snow is coming from it. It's impossible to get a closer look. You pull your collar tighter against the storm and move on. I've almost got max perception, and I'm only 13. Look a little closer. Yep, this is delicious. Little, yeah. I am aware of how that works. Repeat the pattern. Get a tiny bit of empathy. Yeah. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. Yeah. If I recognize the event, I'm not bothering reading out random exploration events that aren't super important. Bravely stand my ground against the bush bub. Perfect. Wait a second. Yeah, there. Okay. I could have gone slightly better. Oh well. The creature pounds past you, its powerful stone-like gorilla arm smashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you and goes around you without even looking at you. Yeah, there's no sign of whatever motivated it to run so fast. I just realized, because I haven't done much working in geoponics, because I didn't want to get like the toughness up, and I just unlocked xenobotany. I haven't met Cal's pet socks. There's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. Stop to meditate. You focus on the sounds around you, on your breathing, on the feeling of your butt on the rock, and the slightly cool breeze on your face. It's very peaceful. You can feel yourself relax as you become one with the planet. Get a bunch of stress back. Woohoo! Take a break and play in the snow. Shovel it out of the way. Find another way around it. Oh no, that just sends you back. Right. Shovel it out of the way, which gives extra stress. Should just played around in it. Find a route through its territory. Zero, 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of copies of Talent Show Champion. And I have so many Mushler vlogs, so I'll just do that. That doesn't quite force the super goal. Oh well. What if just had to come rescue you? Yeah. I'm too worn out. I didn't get to the end. I gotta do a bit more exploring. Still. Well, we have Relax in the Park unlocked, so let's do that. You play with your Vriki Squidly Feederson, hanging out with them just outside the walls. It's uneventful, which is exactly what you needed. You try to teach them some simple commands, stay, follow, speak. It's adorable watching them tilt their head from side to side when they're trying to figure something out. They don't seem to really get it, but you get the impression they're trying. You quickly realize the Vriki must be named after the sound they make when they're happy. A whirring, clicking noise. For a weird spider tentacle creature, it's really cute. Yes, I want to forget first steps. Your dad was sniffing and sneezing pretty badly this morning. He collapsed around this time last year, so you've been feeling anxious about his health, especially now that the pollen is back. He's working hard in the fields, respirator hanging from his neck as he grunts and shovels dirt into a wheelbarrow. He sees you coming and stands up straight, coughing a little as he stretches his back. Hey kiddo, what brings you out here? Dad, you have to wear your respirator. Your dad makes blah 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 motions with his hand. I do. Don't look at me like that. I'm just getting some fresh air. It's hard to breathe with that thing on. He leans on his shovel, tucking one foot behind the other and rocking back and forth. Truth is, I've been working like a dog. I'd love to get out of here for a while. Hey, what do you say? Hey, you and I go for a little walk, he says, brightening. I know you don't get outside the walls much either, but we could do a little nature walk. I study all the plants the foragers bring back. But I've never really seen them in the wild. What? No way, it's dangerous out there. But you want to go outside? Sure, your dad says people can want to try and think new things, right? Your mom doesn't see the draw, he continues, flipping his shovel up onto his shoulder and picking his way carefully out of the turned fields. She likes what she can control, you know, but there's a whole planet out there and I want to go to explore. He stops and doubles over, suddenly racked with a coughing fit that makes him unable to speak. He tries a few times to catch his breath, but each time he just starts coughing harder. The pink pollen in the air swirls and eddies around you both. Maybe you should stay indoors. Oh, your dad wheezes. You're just like Instance, that old stick in the mud. I remember when we were younger. She was always walking around with her nose in everyone's business. She always thinks she knows what's best for people. Despite his brave words, he has to hold on to you for balance as he catches his breath again. Okay, maybe now's not the best time, he gasps, finally putting his respirator back on. But you and me, we have a date with the outside world, kiddo. I'm taking a rain check. Woo, he says, his eyes red-rimmed and steaming from irritation. I can't wait until Instance figures out a treatment for the shimmer thing. She says maybe next year, maybe the one after that. I'm gonna be first in line, you bet. Give her the flower. That's not her birthday. We still don't know when the fuck Cal's birthday is. I think even without heroic, we want to go exploring again. Wait, no, we want to get our organizing up first, I think. Yeah, we just need a little bit of organizing, so let's do that first. Explore the Xenobotany lab. Hey, kiddo, your dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's dissecting a huge bell-shaped flower. Can you hand me that separator? I've really got my hands and things in here. I want to figure out the birthdays. You hand him the tool, which he uses to wedge open some sort of weird stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pools on the desk. Whoa, he exclaims. I thought I drained this little beauty. Can you get a towel, I guess? You help him mop up the flower juice. Yuck, it's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride. You know, I've been thinking of getting one of you kids to come help me out with researching the native plants. You think you might be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab? I know you've been studying biology, he adds. It's not as glamorous as gene tech research with Instance, but it is important. He grins. Let me talk to your mom about it tonight before you go telling her. She's not a fan of alien plants, you know. If it were up to here, we'd fill these greenhouses with earth plants and nothing else. But there's got to be more on this planet that we can cultivate. If you find any cool plants while you're exploring, bring them here and we can take a look at them. Let's research some xenobotany. Your dad introduces you to the little lab they have set up in one of the greenhouses. It's incredible, he says, gesturing all around him. We're surrounded by alien flora and we know practically nothing about it. What's edible? What's medicine? What can we make fibers with or build with or use in ways we haven't thought of yet? He beams at you. You and me, we're going to find out, my little potato. And here's where you'll be working. Yeah, press buttons at random. I know that's correct. You mash all the table's buttons until, yo, 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 kiddo. It's congruence. The friendly ship's computer beams at you from her own holoscreen set into the bench. Of course she's here. She's the guardian of all knowledge in the colony, after all. You wonder who she got yo, yo, yo from. Your dad laughs. Don't tell anyone, but congruence is the real brains of the operation, he confesses, though it's not like it's a secret. She'll make sure we don't do anything super dangerous, which means you and I get to focus on experimentation. If you follow the rules and stick to what you already know, you won't learn anything new. So don't be afraid to try stuff. Study mushwood. You examine the mushwood under a microscope and take notes on its cellular structure? Yeah, we know this. Using the exact process by which the cell is taken water and leads to a breakthrough, it might be possible to hack the process and stop the mushwood trees from taking on too much water during wet. Better colony defense. Oh, like this. Nah, that's not more. So, +5 biology, +3 organizing. You got our first organizing perk. Woo, extra gear slot. We can equip our other pet. And then we're gonna immediately go exploring outside. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy is crying and trying to hide it, wiping her eyes and blowing snot into her sleeve. What's the matter? I watched that scary movie last night in the lounge. You remember it, Mothra vs. Godzilla, the 2085 remake version. Well, I had a bad dream where the monsters were knocking at my bedroom window. They were trying to get in. Now I can't stop thinking about it. I miss my dad. He used to make me feel safe from the monsters, and I miss being in space. It was so much safer there. Space was more dangerous. Oh, that made her even less confident. Oh no. You wave your hands in frustration and shout that we could have been killed in 1,000 ways in the stratospheric. Doesn't she remember the wormhole exit and how it ripped a hole in the side of the ship? It's a near miracle we made it to Vertumna alive. She stops crying long enough to consider this, then in a small, hopeless voice. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. She looks even more upset than before. Oh no! I keep ruining her confidence and I don't mean to. It's very sad. Let's go back to the plains. So we can finish up here. God, Tammy's such a dweeb. Oh, I can't go that way. I want to get to the end first. Before I come back and do those events, though. Water in this pond? Yeah. Identify it. We know it's pee. Good thing you didn't try to drink it. Oh, I need to actually do this to get past. Drink the goop. Drink it. If the smell is horrendous, the taste is indescribable. The moment it hits the back of your mouth, you start gagging and salivating uncontrollably. Throwing up is a relief. Despite your initial discomfort, when you're done emptying your stomach, you realize you feel incredible. Like you've been totally cleansed inside and out. You feel invigorated. All your noise attracts a nearby bush bub. It comes scurrying out of the bush, growling and cackling at you. Defend yourself. Yeah, I remember. That gives me toughness when I stick my hand in it, so I figured drinking it would give me more. No, do it this way. Right. Not much. We're just doing more exploring. All right, now I go back and do events. Because we have plenty of stress to spare. We just like finish up this whole zone. Yeah, look for places across the circular pools. Oh, card becomes 2. Wait a second. Little straight. Okay. Make that little straight there. That cards becomes 2 is really annoying, and I wish we had drawn our unchangeable, or like one unchangeable card. Well, I could have gone 26. I don't know how, though. Yep, make it over the gap. You almost bump into Dis. He's been so still and quiet. I don't think I've seen this before. You almost bump into Dis. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his... Don't scare them. You follow his finger and see what looks like a bush shaking violently. 2 bushes, actually, at opposite ends of a clearing. Oh, we've seen this, but it is an interesting event. Oh, they're bush bubs. From far away, they really do just look like plants and rocks. They're fighting over territory, Dis says. How do you know that? If you're quiet, you see them a lot. You watch the 2 creatures face off, rhythmically rustling the leaves that grow out of their heads and backs. Their gangly, branch-like antennae swing over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, it looks like they look imposing, like agile boulders. One goes, then the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating the other's motions, trying to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. Baby Dis looks cute. Barely looks like he'll become a disaster of a boy. Yeah. The loser plops back down and shuffles away to the jungle defeated. Oh, another Dis event. Hey, Solana. Dis greets you cautiously as you pass on the near path. Hey, do you want want me to show you something? Dis almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is, it must be pretty cool. Yes, you always find the coolest stuff. You follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple times he stops to listen for something, then continues onward, tromping through the fields of broad-topped mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something when he holds his hand up for silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it, it is an enormous Xeno, its legs deep underwater. It's a balneal, Dis tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. This one seems totally at home. It dips its long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing it out of a spout at the back of its head. The spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful bird-like creatures dart around it, catching the tiny fish that come spraying out. Sit and watch quietly. You enjoy the pretty scene together. Aw. I almost have max perception already. And then I'm gonna go do the explore nearby one. Blast your way through it with my plas cutter. Me for the head pats. Go home, because there's nothing left here. Oh god, it's puberty. You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life full of discoveries and possibilities when children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, Congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the changes your bodies would experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation was relevant to you? Menstruating and breast growth. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you notice his Cal's voice begin to drop, or Mars starting to dress differently. Until one morning you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are squelchier than you expect them to be down there. You just want to close your eyes again. You remember Congruence's sexual education classes and you're really not ready for the real-world practical applications. If you just go back to sleep, it'll go away, right? You finally sigh and muster up the courage to look under your blankets. Yep, your period started. I'm going to deal with it on my own. You wait for your parents to leave for work, calling out to you that you're going to miss breakfast if you lie around in bed. When you're sure they're gone, you carefully strip the sheets on your bed and stuff them into the recycler. You put in a requisition to pick up new sheets from the depot as well as some supplies, and continue on with your day. That night, you find your mom waiting for you. She's pulled up your privacy curtain to show your stripped bed and looks up at you with a knowing smile when you enter holding new sheets. She confronts you. There's only a few reasons a teenager does their own laundry. Do you want to share anything with your old lady, Solana? You duck your head and mumble that you got your period. You don't know what you're expecting, but it's not a hug. I wish you'd felt comfortable telling me, your mom says. My little girl is growing up. She puts her hands on your shoulders. I'm so happy for you, kiddo. I know you're probably grossed out, but getting your period is important. Sometimes we need a bit of mess in our lives to remind us that we're real, that we're a part of this world. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life and responsibility to take care of that life. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. You can't think of anything worse. Thankfully, soon you can get a blocker to keep from having to go through this every month. Your mom hugs you again and keeps talking about how she's proud of you. It's super embarrassing, and you can't help but shove her away and retreat to your bunk to stew about it. What is happening? You feel on the edge today, like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff, then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. It feels like a fount of new energy starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Solana. Want to hear a fun nature fact? You tell him about the time Tange brought that's a Nomi, I now realize. Brought a skunk bug for show and tell in biology, and it got scared and made the worst smelling, grossest stink you had ever smelled, and everyone thought Tange had farted. Then Professor Hal had to clear out the whole room, and it took weeks to get out the smell of the beanbags, and it was so gross, but also kind of neat how such a tiny bug could make a whole room of kids run away. Cal laughs. I remember that, Solana, except the way I heard it, it wasn't Tange, it was you. Helping with the animals. Yeah, we know this. It's bristlebugs mating and they got tangled up. Oh, God. I'm thinking I'll rest even though my stress is not maxed out. specifically so that I can explore the next month too, nearby, and hopefully get the end there. Relax on the walls. You've heard, yeah, read it out loud, whatever. You know, this is the Sciences 2020. Sometimes I can't be bothered to read stuff on my second playthrough. Forget my first words. Oh, this is Anemone's birthday. Have an egg. This is almost certainly not. I'll try her birthday tomorrow. I mean, sorry, next month. I'll give her some roots too. Oh, event. Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young, and that everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. Are you okay, Tangent? I'm fine, Tangent replies immediately. I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffs. It's so gross here, she says. I probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere. And he comes over here and tells me, it'll be okay, Tange, like it's his job to console and patronize me. I hate being patronized too. I get plus 50 in rebellion, yeah? You both sigh in unison. I hate being young. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. What I don't need is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. I relate so much to Tangent there. I relate so much to her in general, but especially there. And now, before Vertimnalia, we go exploring nearby. Yeah, and then she gives you a pitch about exploring. Just checking things out. Right on, Utopia says, patting you on the back. Spoken like a true explorer. Keep your eyes and ears open. You might learn something. Monster mouth. Things grow pretty wild out there, she continues. If you've picked the place clean, give it a year, but it'll look like you're never there at all. Yep. That's indeed how it works. Cut down the trees. Spend the day cutting down mush trees. They're so light even before they fully dried out. You drag them towards the logging camp where you're congratulated for your efforts. Yeah, touch one of the bugs. Ew, you touched it. I want to save that one a little bit because I know it reduces stress. Figure out what's wrong with the float cow, milk the float cow. Bravely continue on. Well, I think we just do a huge pair here. You've already hit the super goal? You don't back down, though. It takes energy to keep walking through the roars. You hear it again and again, getting louder and louder. Things going well? Thus far, yeah, because we're still only age 13. It's not a manticore. It's a little fluff of a creature, all puffed up with the effort of roaring, its voice amplified by a hollow log. It sounds just like a manticore, though. What a weird survival feature. It probably intimidates a lot of predators. There are a lot of animals with adaptations like that. Be as quiet as possible, yeah. Four, 5, 3, 2. You set up my new PC, so now I get to see just how many games it downloads by tonight? Yeah? That's better. God, perception really is almost maxed. I don't think this is the camping event, so... But I'll check to see if it is. Oh yeah, it's this one. You find Dis sitting on a large flat rock on a hilltop, eating a sandwich and looking totally at home, far from the colony walls. Join him quietly. You sit down next to Dis and get out your own lunch. Some soy cheese cubes and crackers from the cafeteria. You listen to the jungle sounds and think of how nice it is just to be free and in the open and not confined to a tiny box hurtling through space. Then, quite out of the blue, the rock you're sitting on stands up and starts to walk down the hill. Oh, okay. You crouch and look over the edge of the rock. You're a couple meters off the ground, balancing on spindly legs like with spiders. 8, 10 of them evenly spaced. You realize the rock also has eyes at regular points, which you'd mistaken for shiny black pebbles embedded in the stone. One of them swivels up to stare at you. You gulp and try not to scream. Dis gets shakily to his feet, trying to keep his balance as the creature under you slowly clambers forward. He grabs your hand to help you up. Bravery challenge. Wait a second, no. I could do that, but that would give me a bunch of stress, which I don't want to do. Biologically fascinating. You're too busy taking mental notes about this creature's anatomy and behavior to worry about your own safety. It totters along, using its long legs to pick its way through the bushes and uneven terrain. It must have had its legs curled up under its body earlier to perfectly camouflage itself as a rock. After a minute, the creature crouches down to look at something, and the two of you jump off. You're impressed that Dis kept his cool, and you tell him so. Actually, he says, I was kind of freaking out inside. You laugh and say you were too. It's funny, Dis might suck with people, but it's kind of a badass when it comes to non-people things. Keep exploring. Try to plan it. Yeah, mess around with biology, just get that tiny bit of biology. For some reason, I remember Sims events often happening very specifically right there. Peek inside that hole. Looks dark. Look closer. Put your hand in there. Some medicinal roots. Hopefully no plant was using these. Walk through their territory. Do this. And then we've already hit the super call. This is better. Hi, McDewington. Go ahead and go home, and then it's time for Vertinalia. God, perception is almost maxed. Okay. It's Vertinalia, time for speeches, games, and feasting. This is normally when they have like a big pixie bean feast, and I got them not, and I managed to get my parents not to like cultivate a bunch of pixie beans, because we know that turns out poorly later from the first playthrough. So we'll see how different it is. It's Vertinalia, time for speeches, games, and feasting. You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still more food than you usually see all at one time. There's some potato pods and some roasted slams of fungi, and a few dishes of earth vegetables from the greenhouses. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad gives you a soy sweet to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. Governor Udicott takes the stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertinalia celebration, she said, speaking through a maxophonor. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I'm still gassy. I'm proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Udicott steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Seek to complete the annual formalities. Oh yeah, this is a different speech. Your mom steps forward. Before we get to the feast, I'd like to thank our cultivators for their hard work this year. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident, and it's been difficult to grow anything in Vertumnan soil without them, so our output isn't where it should be. I'm sorry. A ripple of concern murmurs through the crowd, and your mom continues. We're doing our best in geoponics, and I'm proud of each and every member of my team. Hopefully next harvest will be better. It won't. Udicott's weedy voice rattles through the maxophoner. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. The crowd packs away with the chairs as the children gather in the square. Which competition do you participate in this year? Talent show again. Dis and Mars are your competitors for the talent show. Dis is up first, and he stomps on stage wearing a silly top hat and cape, waving a magic wand. He introduces himself as Dis, the destroyer of reality, and tells everyone to step back because he's going to pull a Hopeye from his hat. He takes his hat off his head, and a very surprised Hopeye falls out and boings away into the crowd. Predictably, this upsets Dis, and he flees the stage in embarrassment. Mars takes the stage next and launches into an incredible lip-sync performance, complete with holographic fireworks at the end. Passing you as you go to take your place on stage, she sticks her nose in the air and wishes you luck following that. It's your turn. What do you do? Do a bigger, better lip-sync. Wasn't a terrible card to have locked in place. No, that's definitely worth more. Oh, I could have gone slightly better. Oh well. Mars isn't the only one who can rely on cheap tricks like hollow pyrotechnics to win over a crowd. Your performance not only includes fireworks and light effects, but also 6 holograms of yourself all doing a synchronized dance. It's a hit. You win by audience applause. Mars shakes your hand and thanks you for actually giving her a challenge this year. Finally, it's time for the feast. The feast isn't anything special. Most of the same pressed soy rations you've been served in the canteen for all of your life. The foragers have contributed great slabs of fungi that have been grilled like steak. Not that you've ever had a steak to compare them to. The offerings from Geoponics this year are as slender as your mom warned. There's a few terrines of roasted potatoes and carrots, but everything looks so scrawny. Everyone gets a taste, but not much more than that. It's so unfulfilled. What have your parents been doing in Geoponics this whole time? This sucks. Oh, why are your parents like this? You sullenly shove your food around on your plate. You don't even want to eat anymore, you're so pissed off. You're probably just hungry. Eat your dinner. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what Congruence meant when she warned that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Aw. And now we're popular, which means we have more stuff which means we earn more stuff. I want to get empathy, which means babysitting, I think. Period hangriness, you love to see it. Yeah, do some babysitting. A stomach bug is going through the creche right now, and everyone is absolutely miserable. You and Tammy have both missed the worst of it, but Antecedent and the majority of the kids are taking it pretty rough. Tammy is cleaning up a vomit incident by the holoprojector while you strip the affected kids and get them into the bath. You come out with a bundle of soiled clothes and trade off with Tammy, who gives you the mop and bucket to take back to the laundry room while she finishes up with the kids. After so long working together, especially during the latest crisis, you're getting pretty good at working as a team. Yeah, we saved her this time. Oh, hey, she didn't get smeared over the walls this time. Yeah, oof. Antecedent pops her head in the creche to check on you. There are broken capillaries under her eyes, and her greasy hair is up in a bonnet, but she still gives you a tired smile. Then her nose wrinkles at the lingering smell of vomit. You're a hero, she says. Thank you so much for tackling the kids for me. You look down at the mop and bucket and dirty clothes in your hands. Does she think you did it all yourself? Tammy did most of the cleaning. Antecedent laughs. You're both doing great, she says. Please tell Tammy I'm very grateful for your help. She leaves, but not before sending you both some kudos. Tammy comes out holding one of the younger kids wrapped in a towel, and the 2 older ones weaving tiredly behind her in robes. She's starting to look tired. I'm going to put these little cakey to bed. I should spray down the floor with some antiseptic too, and then I'll sterilize the bathtub. But then, well, I guess we'll need to sterilize the bottles again and boil and cool some more water, and by then the laundry will be done. I'm gonna pick the first one because it's nice, but I don't want to pick it if it reduces her confidence further. Tammy puts on a determined smile. It's okay. It's my job, right? We all need to do our best, and well, I am. This is what people need me to be right now. That's all. Grow a backbone. Oh, that lowers her confidence. I was wondering if it would, and I didn't want to if it did. Wait a second. Oh, that was before. It saved before. Okay, so I'll just do babysitting again. Tammy did most of the cleaning. You don't have to do everything yourself. Just make sure you take care of yourself. Tammy's nose goes peeking like her hair. Oh, Solana, she laughs. Don't worry. I do, just not when someone needs me. That's not a good thing to say, Tammy. She takes the kids into the quiet room for their nap. That's not good, Tammy, if you only take care of yourself when someone doesn't need you. Yeah, that doesn't really work. That is definitely marginally better. I could have gotten more, presumably, by playing that, but... that gives me a bonus anyways. We have the first empathy perk. Give her a flower. Okay, still not her birthday. I still don't know when her birthday is. Only Mars likes the crystals, and we have a bunch of them, so we might as well give them to Mars. Already. And then next month we can also give her one for her birthday. Okay, what do I need for other things? To unlock certain other jobs. Hold on. Okay, so you get administration if you've worked in command 20 times and have either less than 30 rebellion or 60 persuasion. Or more than 60 persuasion. Which makes it really hard to gain persuasion, because it's one of the few things that because that's one of the few things that gains persuasion and it requires you to have really high persuasion to begin with. It does, but it's secondary, so it doesn't boost it very much. Compared to things that have it as its primary skill gain. I do want to get my persuasion up, so I'm going to work in the depot again. You're scrolling through a hall novel behind the desk when Tangent comes in. She pauses and looks uncomfortable, and she sees you and Mars looking at her and quickly disappears into the shelves. You and Mars shrug. A few minutes later, Tange comes up to the counter and drops a fistful of candy. She shifts from foot to foot as you ring her up, jostling up and down and rubbing her stomach. I also need something from behind the counter, she says quietly. Some medicine. You ask her what she needs, and she mumbles the name. You can't hear her. Can you repeat that? She mumbles again louder. Mars stifles a giggle. I'm sorry, what? Tange rolls her eyes. Stars, she curses. I need fart pills, okay? The stupid alien bacteria and all of the weird native food makes my stomach upset. Oh, I can also use equipables to get persuasion. Oh, if that's the case, then if I work in this enough times, then I can just equip the 50 persuasion jacket. Okay. You have blue gut? Really? Tange the Perfect has blue farts? Tange crosses her arms and looks miserable. You give Mars a questioning look. Blue gut, Mars says. You know, when you keep farting and farting all this, like, blue dusty stuff, Mars leans over the counter to get a better look at Tangent's backside. Oh no, she says dramatically. White was not the best color to wear today, Tangent. Your butt's as blue as Solana's hair. Mars cackles as Tangent anxiously cranes her neck to look at her rear. Liar, Tangent mumbles, not meeting your eyes. Just give me the pills, please. I don't want to talk about my stupid body. Don't say a word. You jab Mars in the ribs before she can make any more jokes, and ring up Tangent's request without another mention. You hand over the bag, and Tan shoots you a grateful smile before leaving the depot, looking a little more relieved than when she came in. Big straight. I could have probably gotten more by using the one that gives me a bunch of extra stress, but I don't want to get a bunch of extra stress unnecessarily. Oh, it's your birthday. So, it'd be nice to get bravery up, but we have plenty of things to do bravery. I think I might actually go to humanities, now that I think about it. But I want to do something that gives me kudos first. And I do get a lot of kudos from xenobotany, actually. You've been having one of your dreams ever since you first touched your dad's workbench? Spiraling threads of DNA, vertumnant and earth flora entwine, their chloroplasts dancing together. Purple and green, purple and green. Oh shit! So you can get this event really early. With this colorful dream has come knowledge and a strong urge to see if it is true. Can vertumnant and earth plants be combined via gene tech? You select hardy native species and fruitful plants humans have cultivated for millennia. You remember which ones and which genomes to use because you've done this before in another life. That's neat. Yeah, I can accept just a bit more stress. Ooh, that wasn't nearly the best score possible. You double-check congruences simulations 100 times, and the results are always the same. A truly viable genome composed of genes from both Earth and Vertumna, and in every chemical simulation congruence can run, it successfully takes root and flourishes. You look at the tiny, barely sprouted plants. This could be the beginning of a new era of agriculture on this planet. Being able to plant crops that actually grow strong in this soil, it might be the only one plant for now, but who knows, maybe in the future we'll be able to use this for all sorts of crops. Wow. Holy shit. Okay, so you can do that early. Your mom has always been a result-oriented person. Does that, like, prevent the famine from happening entirely? She doesn't like to experiment just to see what might happen. She likes science that she already knows and trusts will work. When you call her in to see what you've done, she smiles as proudly as you've ever seen her smile before. Even she can't argue with congruence's results. You'll earn twice the kudos working in the colony lab from now on in recognition of your contribution to the colony's continued survival. Tell her what you learned. You've been so busy lately, the only way you're able to get all the work done is to multitask. Studying while you're eating, brushing your teeth in the shower, listening to holo novels while you're about to fall asleep. You have to double up everything. You kind of expect your mom to tell you to take it easy, but she just laughs and claps you on the back. You're my daughter, all right, she says. Just too much damn work, not enough hours in the day. I know how you feel. Yeah, because it's +5 colony food. I mean, if I look at the notice board, it's the sufficient food. Also, Mars wants to talk. Mars is watching a vid from Earth on her holopalm. She gestures you over, and you sync your holopalm with hers. The audio track comes through your hear speak. Mars knows every word. Beside you, she recites the dialogue perfectly along with the actors. Since the day we met, I devoted my life to finding you. I searched every train station, every coffee shop, every museum and park for you. My every waking thought was only of you, and I dreamed of you. Every night, my heart called to yours in the dark. I never hoped to dream I would find you again. I'm here now. I'm here, and I'm never leaving your side again. Mars drags her hands around her face. Ow! As the couple in the vid kiss passionately. I've seen this vid 100 times, and the end always makes me want to yarts. They met on a train once and spend forever looking for each other. Like, move on, you know? It's not like living here where there's only like 100 people to pick from. You're in a huge city. Go find anyone else. Why do you keep watching it? Mars sighs exasperated. I've already seen everything else worth watching. Okay, fine. I do like the city parts. Like, isn't it post-real to imagine cities so big you could get lost in them? So many people that you can meet someone and then never see them again in your life. Sometimes I think I should have been born back on Earth, not on this dumb spaceship. She mock punches the hull of the ship behind her. All those cities and people and the stuff you could do, watching new vids, going to concerts. The only culture here is growing in a lab. Mars sighs dreamily. And the shopping. They have so much stuff on Earth. Anything you could dream, not just the rubbish our old nanoprinters can make. Oh, I can get the jacket. Yeah. Speaking of shopping, do you want to trade some kudos for one of my old jackets? My dad say I can't print more stuff until I get rid of something. I'd say 50 kudos sounds fair? Yeah, sure, why not? Mars takes off her jacket and watches critically as you try it on. Well, it matches your hair, but it kind of puckers at the shoulders. It was really tailor printed to fit me. She almost looks like she's going to take it back for a second before putting her hands up in surrender. No, I admit, it looks good on you. Makes you look posh. It's mid-wet season. Give you a cake. This is not your birthday, but I do get the boost in relationship, and I get the, not your birthday. I do still get the boost in relationship, though. Plenty of flowers, so I'll give you one. I hope you find it useful, Tange. Where's this? Oh, he's outside. Right, because we're old enough. I have some herbs. Hi, Elk. I would like to get creativity up a bit, because I know the next creativity perk is quite good, so we'll do some humanities studying. Professor Hal hands you a stack of blank paper and a box of pencils and asks you to pass them out to the class. Today in humanities class, we'll be practicing our handwriting. You hear Tangent groan beside you. Yeah, I'm aware his birthday is next month. For Professor Hal, she whines, why would we ever need to write by hand when we have holopalms? This exercise will be part history lesson, part future skill. We may not always have our holopalm technology here in our little colony. Our replicators and computers will break down eventually, and when they do, we'll have to rely on low-tech solutions to everyday tasks. So first lesson, how to correctly hold a pencil. You and the other students get to work learning how to print by hand. It's a little bit like holding a stylus, but the texture is all wrong. Your letters are small and cramped, and you have trouble keeping them in a straight line. Tange, though, is suffering the worst. Ha, Mars laughs. Looks like we finally found something Tange isn't good at. Look, she keeps mixing up her lowercase a's and e's. Tange is used to using a stylus with her holopalm, but she's never actually drawn the letters. She fumbles like a child bashing her fists against a holopalm for the first time. It's painful to watch. You can tell she's getting more frustrated with each letter. Mars, on the other hand, has lovely penmanship. She even writes in cursive. My papa taught me when I was little. Culture people know how to write for real. I'll help you, Tangent. I know she doesn't like that, but... I don't need your help, Tange sneers. She hates being bad at something, but being patronized is even worse. Just let me do it myself, she grumbles, balling up her 5th piece of paper and tossing it on the floor. Mars laughs, and after a few minutes of tense silence, she looks over to Tange's work. You're pressing too hard, Mars tells her softly. Loosen your grip. It's different from typing in the air with a stylus. Try moving with your shoulder instead of your wrist and fingers. Tange takes a deep breath and tries again, slow and deliberate. Mars nods and slides closer, putting her hand over Tange's and guiding her pencil on the paper. There, see? You're getting it, she murmurs. Tange's cheeks go pink. After a minute, Tange eases her tension, and her writing starts to flow more naturally. Thanks, she stammers, pushing her chair away from Mars. It's very cute. Wait a second. No, we can do this. +6 creativity. Okay, now it's Tangent Dis's birthdays. Oh my god. I already spend as little time around other teenagers as possible, but now that everyone smells and is growing hair in unfortunate places, absolutely not. What a cosmic joke. Hormones that encourage us to be intimate with one another while simultaneously turning us into disgusting, sweaty, stinky beasts. Ugh, no thank you. I have never allowed my biology to dictate who I am, and I don't intend to start now. Okay, Tange. Here's a flower. Are you gonna tell me I'm a nerd? You can save it, I already know. Aw. No, Dis, you're my best friend. Make deodorant out of it? Yeah, I'm gonna keep going to humanities, actually, because I do want that creativity perk quite a lot. Oh, I don't have high enough reasoning to apply for the tutoring job. Focus on your own studies. You can't very well teach others until you learn the material yourself. Reasoning is also hard to raise to get that job unlocked. That doesn't quite work. We can do this, actually. This is perfect. I need what? 13 more creativity to get the next creativity perk? I need to rest this month. This is already at 74. I'm gonna go relax in the park with my animals. The geoponics domes are a comforting beacon of light during glow. While everything else is throwing off an unsettling alien light, the domes are stable, dependable, human. You like spending time in them, tending to the seedlings that'll be transplanted into the fields and pollen. Forget my first words. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony's on high alert. You're collecting glowflies in the geoponics gardens with Cal and Anemone when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Anemone declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Help defend the gates. You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of Hawkeyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. And not just Hawkeyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. Calm sees you through the fray. "Solana," he shouts, "get to safety!" You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up and see Anemone shouting encouragement from up on the wall. I can't fight tactically. I can fight bravely, but this immediately gets you injured if I recall, so I'm just going to run away. Com's right, this is no place for a kid. You turn tail and flee back to the safety of the walls. Eventually, the defense forces manage to push back the creatures. The rest of their broken forces flee back into the wilderness. You and Anemone slip home before you get into trouble. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan, the fields, the lights. Okay, your dad replies, taking your hands across the tabletop. We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics. They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. Hey, Rutabaga. What happened to the fields? Your mom stands up. Don't worry about that. Get to bed, it's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. Age 14, we have everyone's new portraits. You catch Dis on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his earspeak. He doesn't notice you walk up. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his holopalm. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbles, then flops backward on the grasslet to look up at you. Man, I was just getting to the good part of the song. What are you listening to? Dis looks away. Just some old music from Earth. You probably wouldn't like it. Try me. You sit down beside Dis and extend your hand to link your holopalms. Dis stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and music floods your brain through the hearspeak. Dis takes his hand back and weaves his fingers together, timid. I listen to a lot of Earth music. Do you like it? I love this band. Dis cracks a small smile, relieved. Good. It's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like her voice. He stares into his lap. Sometimes I feel the lyrics are about me. They're just so deep. Like, my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? It makes me feel better thinking that someone knows my pain, even if it's just a dead Earth woman. Sounds deep, man. Dis nods his head and closes his eyes. Yeah, I have a lot of time to think, not like everyone else here. He's so awkward. This is deep and he is 14. I'm pretty sure he's 13 right now, actually. Yeah, he's still 13. But point taken. Introduce him to some new music too. You bring up your holopalm and cue up something different. When it starts playing, this frowns. I don't like listening to new things. I just want to listen to my own music. I like this song as much as I like you. Oh! He stammers, looking away. What might be a smile twitches across his face. This song is pretty good. Hold his hand. You reach out tentatively and link just your pinker fingers with this. Feeling him tense up beside you, he darts you a nervous glance, then looks back up at the sky when he sees you looking back at him. His cheeks go completely red. He doesn't hold your hand, but he doesn't move away either. That's such a cute scene. Oh, there's Tammy as a teenager. Anyway, so we go exploring. Manwad, thank you for the follow. We're going to survey the plains again. There's an event with Utopia. Utopia is sorting through stuff the foragers have brought back, putting them into bins to either get analyzed or taken straight to the kitchens. Hey, sweets, she says, not even looking up. You headed out? You and Dis take care of each other out there, okay? She sighs. I've got to get through all this before day's end. It'll take me all day, unless you're here to help out. Sure. Utopia lays out an assortment of mushrooms. All right, here's a simple one. Which one of these fellas is poisonous? Pick the right ones. Mushrooms, you got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen, and it's easy to pick them out of the assortment. Great work, sweets. You're a regular pig. Don't worry, that's a compliment. On Earth, they used to use pigs to sniff out buried mushrooms. Go out there and dig us up some, why don't you? Finish up what you were doing on the survey team, but come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers. You'll be in the Valley of Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries and other edibles. We're going to max our perception this month. Like, very soon, actually. We'll do, like, one event and then get max perception. You spot some familiar-looking fruit? Hey, you've seen this bush before. That's no rock underneath. It's all part of one creature, an arborescent photosynth, the bush bub. Pick the fruit. You're not letting it get away with being delicious. Calm it down. That doesn't work. Fuck. I think I literally just... What, you're unchangeable, so that means I can do this. Perfect. Make it a little straight. Do something like that. I really don't want to do the one that gives me extra stress. Plus 3 animals. You soothe the bush bub and it seems to nod in your direction, indicating you can have some of its fruit if you want. Only take a little. You scramble up and pluck a few fruits from its back. It lumbers off into the forest. Plus 1 colony food. Which one's to run some ads? So I'm gonna go run to the bathroom and run some ads while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I am back. You know, at this rate, I'm fairly confident we will just not have a famine this year. Because I got so many bonuses to food early. Which means things are going really well. I wonder if there's anything you get for just not having the famine happen. I guess you don't have to worry about the starvation malice you get when the famine occurs. Look for a place to cross. This will max my perception. And then we can just waltz up to the boss event. Make that straight. Three, 2, and then I could do 1, but that changes stuff near it. So just that instead. We have gotten perception maxed. And now I can just walk past all the path blocking events and pick up all the items immediately. We're gonna come back and do them, though. Oh, this is over here. I'll do the event with him. Dis and you are surveying together, though he's mostly just throwing rocks at things until he's seeing what happens. Oh, this is so boring. We've seen everything here already. The other surveyors are going cool places like the subaqueous swamp. Places that are actually dangerous. The Valley of Vertigo is cool. Yeah, I've been there. Dis says, it's neat, but Utopia sends people there to forage, and I just want more adventure than picking berries, you know? Dis goes back to chucking rocks and complaining. We're just here all the time, he says, even though we know everything about it. Utopia says we need to come back here every year and take new readings, in quiet here and in pollen in the valley. And we have to be patient because we can't just take stuff without letting nature replenish itself. He says, and I mean, I get it, but it's still so boring. I want to explore other places. Right, just walk past for now. We are headed straight to the boss event. You hear Dis shouting from nearby to come quick and look at this. You meet up with Dis on a curiously clean part of the path. There's no twigs, pebbles, bits of grass, or the ubiquitous dwarf's moss scales that litter this area. It almost looks like it's been swept clean. And there in the middle of a perfect circle 3 meters wide is what you could only describe as a shrine. A hollow, waist-height structure made from twigs and packed smark snow forms the centerpiece, and around it are deliberately spaced piles of colorful fruit, flowers, and glittering stones like an offering. Take it out and wait. Obviously, we want to play the one that's keep between rounds. do this, actually. Four, 3, 2, and then I don't have a 1. So instead I'll do this. So I can put that there and get a pair. And that there and get a flush. I could have gone more, but it doesn't really matter that much. You hang out for hours but don't discover anything, except how boring and ideal this was. Just takes a nap. You're almost falling asleep when something shuffles into the clearing. It's a bush bub. It crawls slowly along the path. It stops to pick up a pot flower. It stops to pick up a stone. When it arrives at the shrine, it carefully places the flower in the pile of flowers, and the stone in the pile of stones. Then it picks up the stone and repositions it. Just so. You wonder if this creature is somehow religious, or is it trying to attract a mate with this little show of decor? There's so much you don't know about the animals that live here. Interesting. Oh, stop to meditate. We can do more events. Oh, yeah, we got enlightened, so we have +1 to all mental skill increases. We should take advantage of that. Because we maxed out perception. Repeat the pattern, yeah. I should try the other options there. Oh, I got an extra gear slot. Oh, it's this event. Yeah. Stay calm and analyze its movement. It's the gigantic creature, yeah? Are there any places that don't block paths? Because those tend to be more interesting. That's a perception challenge, which we don't want to bother with because we already have max perception. Okay, I don't see any that are off the beaten path, so we'll go back and do some more random ones. Just wait it out. Wait, what was that? Oh, you can't see it. Yeah, that one didn't have a turn back option, unfortunately. Oh, study them, because that's the new species, right? And then we don't actually want that to be changed. Wait a second, no, we want to do this. Wild card. Make a big straight. Doesn't matter too much because perception's already matched. Yep. We're gonna name it the Hurting Sunbiter again. Go home. It's your birthday. You wake up from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing in Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself, too. Not just for your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. No, it won't. We know how horrible this year is going to be. We know how horrible this year is going to be. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields ready right again in time for this year's planting. Smart snow has already started falling. I want to, compare age, because, if I can see the age, then I can probably tell when their birthday is. Bark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake, so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. It's Auntie Sedent. She sweeps into your room with a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Wait, another way to do it is just give them a gift and then see if that's and see when the ability to give a gift resets that month. She sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smells as comforting as it ever was. This card is better. Solana, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young woman, but I want you to know I will always, always be here for you, just like your mom and dad. Okay, enough with the mushy stuff. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, Miss Maturity, how about you call me Aunt Anne from now on, like the other adults do? Now come on in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Anemone standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyway. She's been growing it out, and there's no hiding it behind a corner. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing in your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Thanks. It's good you're both here, Anne says, now that you've both been menstruating for about a year. Anemone makes a face and mutters yuck, but Anne continues, you're both eligible for the cessation implant. Among other things, it will prevent the bleeding and pain and the emotional roller coaster of your monthly cycle. Mom! Gross! Do you have to tell everybody about my cycle? I just don't want to get pregnant, okay? Anne laughs. Well, yes, that is the among other things part, but I don't expect you two to be needing that part for a few years yet, right? Anemone looks disgusted by the prospect, or maybe just by your mom talking about it. What's the matter, scared? No! Anemone exclaims, punching you in the arm. No, of course not. It just super sucks that now everyone's talking about how I'm becoming a woman and how I'll finally look different than my brothers. Duh. She points at you. Don't you start too. I'll still kick your ass at sports ball, even with cramps. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look, birthday visitors. Your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats your head one more time. Happy birthday again, Solana. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Anemone leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. But I don't know how the colony would manage without her and the children's creche, she says and points a fork at you. Family is more important than the people that birthed you, Solana, and don't you forget it. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy beams when she sees you like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana! She exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a big squeeze. Here, I got you this. Yeah, she made me a cake again. It's the same dialogue, so I'm not reading it out. I'm going to give it to Cal to get just a bit of stress back. You spot Cal and Tammy in the garden. Tammy is sitting on the fence with Cal leaning against it beside her. They seem deep in conversation, and you watch as Cal reaches up and tucks a lock of Tammy's pink hair behind her ear. Cal spots you and smiles, causing Tammy to look at you and blush. Aw, they're so cute. Hey, Solana, Cal says. What's up? Do you need me for something? Yeah, have a cake. And you have one of the many flowers I have. Do I study engineering for once? I think I do. Just to get the reasoning up, honestly. With our enlightenment. With our current enlightenment. Oh, I need more bravery for that, right? And then I need some more reasoning to do the first thing with Tangent, like asking to study together. I don't have quite enough toughness to train with Anemone. I don't have the empathy to do another random act of kindness with Tammy. Then I need persuasion to talk to Mars about stuff. What I think I'll do is I'll actually go to engineering class for once. Well, I don't care about engineering too much. It gives me the most reasoning, and I do want to get reasoning up. Particularly for being a tutor later. Professor Hal rubs his hands together as he waits for the class to settle down. He's in a great mood. This must be his favorite subject to teach. If biology and chemistry are the wet sciences, then engineering must be a dry one. But believe me, this class definitely won't be dry. He winks. It's weird. We'll also be learning math, physics, computing, robotics, architecture, and astronomy. Tangent raises her hand. Will we also learn about nuclear engineering? She asks. Professor Hal nods. Yes, at a beginner level. We'll have an overview of atomic theory and take a field trip to the engine rooms to learn about how our ship's nuclear reactor works to power the colony. Neat. Oh, +2 bonus to pairs here. +5 engineering, +3 reasoning. And now I need to rest again. Oh, Tangent wants to talk to me. Tangent looks up from her holopalm, blinking as her eyes refocus on the middle distance and then on you. Her previously long hair is gone, buzzed close to her scalp. You must didn't recognize her when you first saw her. You wonder if it was caused by a lab accident or something. Hello, Solana. Do you need something? Hair, I mean, what's up with your hair? Oh, I needed a bit more empathy to ask that. Damn it. I like it. Yeah. Damn it. I needed a bit more empathy. She's going to give another gift. It's not her birthday, as far as I can tell. Not his birthday either. See, Alchemist? Relax in the park again. Hey, Squirt, your mom calls out to you. Don't you think it's time you started thinking about what you're going to do when you're older? You look at her in confusion. Isn't she always telling you to stay in school? She chuckles. You got to think about it sometime, kid. How about you come join your folks on the farm, if you think you're up for it? I'm ready. Your mom claps you on the back. Oof, she's just as strong as she looks. Great, she says. Come see me in geoponics when you're ready to start. It'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around, I promise. I don't want to forget either of those. We can work on the farm, which is biology and toughness. My dad is fucking dying from the shimmer again. You can hear your dad sneeze all the way from engineering. It's explosive, like he's trying to scare away predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach. I also sneeze, like, extremely loudly. Now that I think about it. He's wiping his nose as you approach on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by a fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things in your quarters. He gives you a hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard trying to improve the colony's food supply. He's showing signs of malnourishment too, though your mom is worse. You're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is kind of shiny in patches. He sees you staring and rubs his hands over his arms. Sparkling dust poofs off of him in little clouds, scintillating in the light. Oh yeah, that's a new symptom. Seems harmless, though. Stay safe, Dad. Don't you worry about me, kiddo, he says, knocking you with his elbow. You stay safe out there, running all over the planet, getting into trouble. Wish that was me. Your dad sniffles. Gosh, I feel like someone stuffed a whole potato pod up my nose. I could just poke a stick up there and pop fresh potato juice. Dad grows. He just grins. What? It's true. You can follow his gaze out into the fields and the lands outside the gate. I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand. He muses to himself. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow. Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed out from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see it, but you can tell. Maybe your dad is right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the danger of running out of food. Anyways, we're going on a foraging expedition. Oh, but first we're talking to Dis. You leave the front gates and see Dis talking to one of the senior surveyors. He listens intently to their instructions, and the surveyor hands him a satchel of instruments and claps him on the shoulder before walking away. Dis turns to you. Hey, Solana, he says. He hikes the satchel on his shoulder and gives you a shy smile. It's still kind of weird to be allowed outside the walls. Remember when we used to sneak out? Dis's eyes crinkle at the corners. It was so easy to avoid Chief Surveyor Tonin. It's too bad he's dead. He was really nice to me. What's the weirdest thing you've seen? There's this big rock in the eastern ridges that's almost totally flat on top. When I get near it, it makes me feel happy. It's so strange, and it's really hard to leave. The first time I went there, I laid on top of it for so long that I almost missed the transport back. I know it's my job, but I haven't told anyone about it yet. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like it wants to be kept a secret. I'd love to see it sometime. A weird expression passes over Dis's face before he schools it back to his trademark blank look. Maybe, he replies. I don't know. I don't think it wants that. Interesting. Anyways, time to forage in the valley. Solana, I'm glad you can make it. We need everyone we can get out here right now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack, more like a basket than a pack. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants and just throw them in here. I'll sort them back at base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out there in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path and don't get lost. We don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? Will this be with me this time? Nah, this is good at finding new things, just not so much the same things over and over. You'll be okay, though. You'll be alone out there and you're doing important work. Hold up, Solana, we're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herds, and either produce something edible or reproduce quick enough that we can slaughter them for meat. If you see anything that fits the bill, tag him and bring him back. Right. Yeah, we get a couple creatures we can drag back out here, if I recall correctly. We don't actually want to do the boss event right away, but what is that? That's not the normal boss. That's not like the normal boss event, is it? Oh, it's Sim. You've been saved a few times for certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. You're being followed. You're beginning to get a feel for this place, and it's dangerous, so the next time you hear the hiss click of a nest of hungry snap bladders, you walk straight towards it, keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the trees. There, just as you think you're going to have to climb into the nest, the damn nest, to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy humanoid figure darting behind a tree. You make eye contact and you both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not quite human face, and he slips away into the jungle. Call out his name. You raise your voice and call him by name. The man, Symbiosis, you know him but from your name dreams of a past life. After a few seconds, Sim reappears with a suspicious look on his face. How do you know my name? I learned it in a dream. Sim nods, like this makes sense to him. He jumps up onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come easily enough to him. I'm not supposed to talk to you? It's against the rules. But since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish. I wish to know more about you. He gives you a sly look. In time, Solana, I hope we... He pauses and his eyes unfocused for a moment. He stares straight ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. I'm looking forward to the story of how you came to know my name. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappeared. You search all around and you can find no trace of where he might have gone or how. You're struck with the sudden sense of remembering so strong that you have to stop and hold your head. Meeting Sim again. It's just like it was before. Finally. You're following an animal path through the underbrush when a change in the ambient noise makes you stop in your tracks and listen. You get the feeling you're not alone. By now you're used to get the feeling of being watched. I know you're there, Sim. You're answered with silence, and you have the fleeting thought that if you're right, you probably sound pretty cool. And if you're not, and you're talking to yourself in the jungle like an idiot, at least no one's around to see. A tall form steps out casually from behind a rock. Why, hello again, says Sim, smiling. He bows to you like a courtier, a gesture that looks perfectly elegant on him, but nonetheless carries a deep sense of still being alien. You take the chance to get a good look at him. He's like a human, but not. Not just genetically enhanced, he's a whole different species. An alien, a gardener, whatever that means. It's a lot to take in. You look like a wide-eyed sugar bug. His hair slithers around the sides of his head like it's trying to get a better look at you. You find your voice and croak. Why do you keep following me? Because, my young sugar bug, you're about to stumble into a nest of young snap bladders. I thought you might need rescuing again. And with that warning, I believe my job here is done. Wait! Got to him, but he disappears with the force without a trace. Of course he does. Take a closer look at him. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he often observes you, intently and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long. His eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part. So perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't. Like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for far too long. Eventually he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. Do you like what you see, Sugarbug? I'm just looking. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, bearing himself for your inspection. It's not a crime to be curious. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes and the hypnotic motion of his hair. And with moments, you find yourself more relaxed? Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so that I might tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I would be happy to use it on you at your request. You have simply to ask. Could you help me calm down? It gives me a little bit of stress reduction. Take an even closer look at Sim. This time you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your holopalm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches by it, staring intently into the water. Then with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals, or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? Yeah, that doesn't boost anything. He just says, aw, thank you for the gift, and then gives it back. He looks like a Stable Diffusion video, everything blending and shuffling while he just stands and bobs. Oh my god. If this is the Shimmer Grove, then I don't want to do it. You might have almost missed this place, but for some reason you feel compelled to stop and look around you. There's something weird about this place, about this springy, spongy dirt. You have the faintest memory of eating the ground? That can't be right. That's right, the ground is edible. You kneel down and feel the spongy texture beneath your feet. You pull out a chunk and brush some dirt off the... Dirt? Wait, what? It all comes back to you in a dream and another life. You recall taking a sample of this poor sponge cake, and studying it in the lab. You remember discovering that it's nutritious and can be easily cultivated. In your mind's eye, you see fields of this stuff, and more drying out in the sun. The kitchens would take it and grind it into flour. +5 colony food. You dig a chunk up and to bring back with you. Later, you'll take it straight to geoponics and plant it in a back field. No need to ask anyone, you already know it's perfectly safe. By the time the other farmers notice it, they'll have a healthy crop of sponge cake ready to be harvested and turned into real cake. They'll wonder where this miracle came from, but you won't tell. Neat! Harvest some stalks. You start breaking off some of the freshest and youngest looking stalks. The plant shudders. Analyze that shudder. Animals challenge. Oh, I got that big card draw. One, two, three. Wild card here. And then we do this for another pair. We could have gone a bit better, but we did make the super goal regardless, so. Yeah, this plant is alive and sentient like an animal. It is definitely not happy that you're ripping its limbs off. It's hard to tell if it's in pain, really, but you'd say discomfort at least. I'm gonna keep harvesting it. It keeps shuddering. You're a low, long whistle and realize it's coming out of the triplet hose like a white black bite. Okay, I'm gonna stop. This is the Shimmer Grove, I think. A curious freaky blocks your path. It's acting strange. It keeps scurrying up trees. Yeah. I don't remember why this one wants us, but, like, might as well. No. No. Okay. Two, three, four, five. I don't want the extra stress, but I do want to push the super goal. Almost bravery up. The Vriki runs up your leg. It's a giant spider thing and it's got weird tentacles and get it off! The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Vriki tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but doesn't look interested in causing you harm. It pokes at your backpack trying to get in, then gives up and scurries off. A huge field of flowers. They need a name like Butter Dandies. I'll pick them all. You make a little straight there. That's the same. Oh, first collectible use is free. I'm gonna redraw a hand because that wasn't a great hand. Wow, that's worse. That's like substantially worse. But hey, we have so many fucking logs. Might as well just do some shit like this. There's a distinct difference between the blooms. As you watch insects buzz from flower to flower, you notice they leave a trail of slightly more pinched-looking specimens. The pollinated ones will likely close up and be shriveled by morning. With this knowledge, you pick 3 healthy, unpollinated beauties. Bunch of flowers. Neat. Come on, is there not a capture a float cal event? Because there should be one somewhere. Does it just not have like a float cow icon on it on the map? Berry bushes. Go another way. Oh, that was stress. Okay, I'm like, save's coming to not get unnecessary stress here. Find another way. Yeah, we can just skip that. An absolutely enormous tree forms part of the path here. Its roots cut natural stairs into the path, and its magnificent canopy of large, flat leaves completely blocks out the sky. They arch overhead to the ground on the other side. Walking under it is like going through a tunnel. In the tunnel is dark and gloomy, unseasonably cool, and filled with the whispering of leaves. Get the sense that something is aware of your presence, and whisper back. Do I have it too? No. So just play the wild card. Well, I can do this now. A nearby leaf unfurls and offers you 2 large, hard nuts. You feel a sense of peace and cooperation wash over you, like you and the tree have an understanding. Eat one and plant the other. You crack one of the nuts and eat the meat inside. It's bitter but tasty. You take the other one to a clearing about an hour away and plant the second. Good luck, cotton tree. Yeah, we need to do this now if we're going to do it any time. You're alone, exploring an unmapped area of the Valley of Vertigo. The pollen is thick here and your air filter is overworked. A warning light has been flashing orange for the last 10 minutes. But there are plants here that you've never seen before. Flowers with intense rainbow hues and strange lumps. I need only one more bravery. A fungal matter which pulses if they're breathing. You cut some samples. Utopia will totally give you extra kudos for these. The pollen is especially thick up ahead, deep fuchsia and shimmering with color. Everything here seems to dance with tiny flecks of reflected light. It's kind of magical. Press forward. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick you can only see a few meters ahead. You follow the glimmering towards where it is densest. You come upon a glade filled with what seems to be strange topiaries. They loom out of the glittering fog, each in the shape of an animal. They're all formed from the same spongy, glittering pink substance and dotted with finger-length fungal growths. Inspect the topiaries. The topiary you chose is a large, dog-sized quadruped, which appears to be kneeling. It's far too lifelike. As you get close, you realize with growing revulsion that this was once a living creature, now encased or transformed entirely into sparkling pink fungus. It's dead. You remember helping Tange for extra credit in biology class. She said that the shimmer, the seasonal illness that affects your dad in pollen, is some kind of colonizing fungus. Could this be related? Your envirosuit beeps a warning. Take a sample of the fungus. As you bend down to take a sample, you realize the dense, shining haze is coming from the topiaries. The fog is seeping out of the holes at the end of each fungal growth. You break off a few growths into a collection vial. Your envirosuit beeps a letter warning. You have a sudden premonition. You have a strong sense of remembering. This is a bad place. A terrible illness lurks in this part of the valley and will pounce if you stay here a moment longer. You have to get out of here immediately. The warning light in your mask begins to flash red in agreement. Leave. You leave. As you exit the thick pollen and are able to see again, your mask warning light starts flashing red. The filter is finally clogged. You got out of there not a moment too soon. You lurch back to the checkpoint, where the other foragers quickly replace your filter. Utopia chides you for not paying attention, keep exploring, but nope, I get forced to go back home. Damn it, I should have just gone home. You're surprised when you wake up this morning and your mom and dad are both still in your quarters. Usually they're gone long before sunrise. You pull back the curtain and they look over at you with big smiles. Solana, your mom says, cradling a mug of blep tea in your hands as your dad rubs her feet. Good morning. Good morning? Oh, we prevented the, famine, I guess. We haven't wanted to worry you, your mom replies. But there's a reason we've been working so hard in geoponics. There was an accident during wormhole transit just before we landed, and we lost geoponics in the hull breach. Our algae tanks, our microbial soil from Earth, it was all destroyed. Once the soy rations ran out, we'd have been in deep trouble. But, your dad chimes in cheerily, between everyone's hard work farming and foraging, we finally have a steady supply of food. For the first time since we landed, we have enough to make it through until harvest next year. That's great. Your mom salutes you with her blep tea. She looks more relaxed than you've seen her for a year at least. Maybe since before you landed on Vertumna. Your dad sighs happily. I'm already looking forward to that dinner. I haven't had time to really cook in ages. What should we have, Solana? Sponge bread curry. Your mom calls it bunny chow, a square loaf of sponge cake bread with the center cut out, stuffed with veggies and spices, sweet and hot and so good. You and your parents cook a private meal in your kitchenette. Your dad does most of the work, but you help. When you sit down for a quiet family dinner, you realize this is the first time you've done this, and you can't remember how long. You talk about your day in the most mundane way possible. It's so pleasantly normal. You and your parents stuff yourselves silly and talk about the things you'll be able to do together now that they can relax and take more breaks from work. Every bite is heaven, and made even better by knowing that you had a real impact on the colony's future. We prevented the famine! You and Dis are sitting on the tailgate of one of the expedition's vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spitting the hard bits on the ground. Now and then, one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dis, by not talking at all. Dis has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dis might understand about Sim and be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? I trust him. You tell Dis that you saw something interesting when you were out on an expedition. Dis perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? What? I met an alien, Dis. His jaw drops and his face goes an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset with you for teasing him, but... No way! Dis hisses, leaning in. But I met an alien too, Solana! What was yours like? Like us, but an alien? You describe Sim, his long dark hair, his big eyes, his faintly purple skin, the way he never seems to answer any of your questions. Dis stares at your face. Wait, you met Sim too? You nod and Dis's hands fly to his hair. He said he met another human girl, but he didn't say who it was. It was you this whole time. He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone else, Dis says earnestly. It's a weird expression on him. He said that if other humans know about him, bad things will happen. So we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. How do you think he's so good at hiding? I think I saw him turn into a tree once. That's silly, right? What do you think he eats? I've never seen him eat. Maybe he eats plants and stuff. He's always barefoot. Maybe he sucks it up through the bottoms of his feet. Okay, this will be our secret. Dis nods, looking serious. Good, he says simply, then repeats it. Good. You go back to shelling bobber seeds in silence, watching the colony go about its business. God, Dis. Hi, Tammy. Hello, Solana. Tammy bends over to you. I have a present for you. She presents you with a gift. It's wrapped in homemade wrapping paper, scribbled with hearts and flowers. Open it, she says, bouncing on her toes. Oh my god. You open the gift and pull out a pair of gloves knitted with a rainbow mash of yarn ends. The palm of one of them has been cut open, and then the edges inexpertly resewn. They're already fraying. You told me once that your favorite toy is your Holopalm, and well, it's not like I can program new games for it, but I do know how to knit. Tammy beams, clearly proud of her ingenuity. I didn't want your hands to get cold, so I made a new pair of gloves that you can wear and still use your Holopalm. Accept her gift graciously. You thank Tammy for her gift, and she claps her hands in front of her heart. I'm glad you like it, Solana. I worked really hard on it. Aww. Tammy is sitting very quietly, her knitting forgotten in her lap. One of her ears twitches as you approach, and she winces and shakes her head. I keep getting the feeling that somebody is coming, like they're looking for me. She says, rubbing her ear. I must be hearing things. I got your present. Have a fucking flower. Have a cake. Wow, Solana, this is my favorite thing on the whole planet. Yeah, the standard thing. So this is not his birthday. You and your mom are taking a midday break in the shade of a trellis and wave you over as you approach. Solana, come here, your dad says, pulling up a crate with his foot and patting the top invitingly. Come spend some time with your all mom and pop. How's your day been? Extrasolarly spectacularly, I guess. Our fearless explorer, your mom drawls, taking a swig from her canteen. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and passes the canteen back to your dad. Made friends with any alien life forms yet? Your face goes on a journey. Friends with any what? Do they know about Sim? How could they? Your parents chuckle at your expression. Wow, Solana, your dad says. You know, like the little hop eyes that sneak in, or a blip bug? Oh, those kinds of aliens. You thought for sure they were talking about Sim? But hey, while they're asking, I'm not going to tell them about Sim. Nope, just boring old humans. Your mom and dad nod and go back to their conversation. You sit with them a while and share the canteen. It's iced blep tea. You're not supposed to drink it because it makes you feel kind of buzzy, but it makes the rest of the afternoon fly by. I have tons of shit to give out as gifts. Oh, and I can finally train with her. I'll give her an egg. I mean, I can eat this, right? Yeah? Want to train together? On your way to the sports ball pitch? And then he shares... Oh, yeah, I've already heard this one. Yeah. But your medbed's right. Plus, I might get a cool scar. I want to explore nearby right before Vertimnalia. Ideally. In the meantime, I'll go study some humanities because I do want that creativity and persuasion. Tangent and Chief Engineer Instance have been hard at work in the lab trying to find a cure for the Shimmer disease. You join them in their research. You're the one who found a sample of the Shimmer fungus and analyzed it. You're the one whose father suffers the most from it. You confirm that the Shimmer is an airborne fungal disease and that the thick, choking spores and pollen are the same fungi from the Valley of Vertigo, the ones that colonize the host and turn their bodies into more spore-producing fungus. Finally, you have a long dew breakthrough. Sunlight. You try inoculations, antibiotics, antifungal creams, but what finally works is a high-intensity light treatment, mimicking the full force of the sun's during dusk, coupled with an injection to increase its potency. Of course, Tange exclaims. The fungus colonizes animal life during pollen, and some succumb to it, but the intense light of dust scourges the fungus from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. Now to test it on a subject. Test it on yourself. You open a triple-locked research room and pass through an airlock. You don't have your environment suit on, but that's the point. You need a strong dose of fungus in your lungs. The small room is filled with the Shimmer fungus. It's growing on everything, the floor and the walls, and on lumpy shapes that were some kind of biological matter once. Now it's all just fungus, violent and shiny. You breathe deeply, marveling in the feeling of soupy, dangerous air infiltrating your body. Tange watches safely from behind the thick plexiglass. You can't tell if she's jealous or impressed. Next, you slide into the light therapy machine to bask in the nice warm light for a while. Even have a nap. Dr. Instance takes your vitals and runs samples of your fluids through various machines. She's excruciatingly thorough, but after a few days, she concludes the treatment is a success. You still carry a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified by light therapy. We cured the shimmer! So neither of our parents are going to die! Remarkable, Instance says, going over your findings. Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold. She looks over at Tange. Solana's discovery will be of great help with our other research. You expect Tangent might be cross that you got the credit, but she nods, looking pleased. Their other research is not great. Win after win, yeah, you're just thankful that no one was killed, not your father or anyone else. The colony is safe from the shimmer. Wow, this sucks. Luckily I have a shit ton of logs, and I'll just do this. That all this positive situations will keep people sane and succumb to fighting? Yeah, it might. Plus 7 creativity. Plus 2 persuasion. Plus 14 stress. I could actually do another thing if I wanted to this next month. However, having trouble with the book report? Try submitting a half dozen logs instead. It's an easy A+. Hi, G Adorable. I see it's your first time chatting here. Hello, my little tomato. Your dad's voice rings out across the fields, hale and hearty. You don't have it in yourself to be embarrassed, not during pollen. Not with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your mind. Are you coming to check on your old man? He teases you. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and lets it all out comfortably. Yeah, this is my second playthrough. I'm doing great. No congestion, no sneezing, and I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls. Ooh! Your dad pulls you into a big hug, ruffling your hair. He smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat, and you've never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive. I'm proud of you, he says quietly. You can pull off miracles, kiddo. Woohoo! That's her birthday! I found it, I thought, because I gave her something earlier this month. Flowers on my birthday, how beautiful! Now that there are no more spores, there's more place for you in his chest, yeah? Wait, I should equip the, that one. That one's better. And then I can also form a random act of kindness. I want to do something nice for Mars, Tammy says, fiddling with the hem of her dress. But I don't know what. She just nanoprints whatever she needs. She snaps her fingers. I know. Why don't we ask Auntie Seaton to help us put on a spa day for her? Aunt Anne has a whole cabinet of nice-smelling lotions, soaps, and scented candles. She lets you choose a few of each and reserves one of the private lounge ante-rooms for you. Sure, Mars can buy her own lotions, but what she can't buy is the loving servitude of her friends. You help Tammy primp and pamper Mars. She's surprised and a little humbled by the attention and gives you both a genuine hug and thanks. Tammy has good instincts. She always knows what people secretly need, and Mars needed to have something nice given to her instead of having to demand it. Aw. Oh, tell her about my day. Mars is always talking about how she's bored and wishes there was more to do here, but there are 100 reasons Vertumna isn't boring. You try to list them all. There's all the cool plants and new constellations to look at, and just yesterday you watched a dwarf's maw squeeze through a crack in the wall no animal should be able to fit through. Mars listens politely, but starts yawning halfway through. Less bored is still bored when it comes to Mars and Vertumna. Oh, I can debate her if I put on the jacket she gave me. Get into a debate. Mars would never stoop to using her fists to get her way, but she loves a good fight nonetheless. You ask her what she would have done differently if she'd been the captain of the Stratospheric when you landed, and her eyes go wide. She launches into a laundry list of shoulda wouldas, and whatever she says she would have done, you offer reasoning for why it wouldn't have worked. After a little while of this, Mars is positively invigorated. Wow, you really thought about all this, didn't you? She says, cracking a little smile. You're totally right. It's a lot more complicated than just making decisions and telling people what to do. Thank you. It's so important to have people like you around to keep me on my toes. Okay, but when I'm governor, I will do so much better than the adults can. Relax on the walls. Most of the time you're alone up here, except for the occasional passing guard, but sometimes you're joined by Dis. He barely looks up at you as you plop down and kick your feet through the railing and over the edge. He looks like he's doodling on his holopad. You see all sorts of plants, mushrooms, little creatures with too many eyes or too many legs. He's a selection of plant samples at his side, like junior paintbrushes laid out on a towel. He must be quite the junior botanist. He's not drawing plants right now, though. You'd recognize Sim's long, dark hair and his uncanny valley face or ace anywhere. Yeah, okay, so he was drawing Sim. Looking good, bud. Dis shoots you a shy smile. Thanks, he mumbles. I'm not very good at drawing him yet. I don't want to lose that. That's actually quite good. We have so many flowers, we might as well give them. Might as well give the people who like flowers flowers. So we have so many. We can give her an egg because it's her birthday. We're making friends with everyone this time. Let's explore nearby. Oh, Utopia wants to talk to me. Utopia is helping you gear up for the exploring the nearby jungle when she stops to what she's doing in size. Oh, I just remembered I gave the last utility belt to Cinnamon, she says. You'll just have to carry your knife and canteen in your backpack, sorry. I sure miss Uncle Tonin. He was a great surveyor. He organized all the teams, planned all the schedules, kept an eye on the weather. I keep double booking equipment and getting folks mad. It's a lot of work. Utopia was born on Earth, but just barely. As the first and for a while the only kid in the creche, she and Uncle Tonin must have been really close. Utopia doesn't complain, not usually, but it's been hard for her to step into Uncle Tonin's shoes. She loves exploring, flying fast, and stalking xenofauna, but there's more to being chief of expeditions than that. It must be hard being somewhere between the adults and the kids. To you, she's fully grown up, but to the adults, she'll always be little baby Pia, even though she's 27 years old. Interesting. Why is that forcing me to go back? Anyways, we will first look for all the items we can. Now that we can just walk past events. Oh, there's Sim, and he wants to talk to me. You're sitting on a hilltop eating a sandwich when Sim strolls casually out of the jungle. The bush is barely stirring as he brushes past. He sits down close to you, crossing his elegant legs beneath him on the bare ground. He watches you intently without saying a word. Hello, Sim. He looks like he's choosing his words carefully, considering what to say. Finally, he replies simply, Hello, Solana. He nods towards your lunch. Good lunch? It's just a zucchini sandwich. I'll offer him some of my sandwich. He takes a piece with thanks and tries it, chewing it thoughtfully and quietly. He replies, his face neutral. Zucchini, it's a vegetable from Earth. You explain to Sim that zucchini is boring, but about the only thing that grows well here, and the bread is made of grain that grows in geoponics, which is fed through a grinder to make flour, and then mixed with yeast and salt and baked in an oven. Sim is riveted. What else? There's mayonnaise? What is that made of? He mouthed the word mayonnaise silently. What is that made of? Oil and water emulsified by soy protein. You explained that it would normally be made with eggs instead of soy protein, but the decision was made long before you were born that the colony would rely more on plant-based proteins to avoid the ecological burden of caring for domesticated animals on board the Stratospheric. Sim nods intently. And why 2 pieces of bread instead of 1? Why does the bread go on the outside? That's because, wait, why do you care? It's just that you humans are so fascinating, Sim blurts out. He blinks and straightens his shoulders. I mean, it's just my people conceptualize time on a quite different scale than humans do, so we're rather boring. Or no, predictable is more the correct word. It lends itself to a far lesser degree of chaos. Humans, though, now you are a rather chaotic species, aren't you? In only one short generation, you completely reinvented your society to adjust to life on another planet. Novelty is something of, well, a novelty in a stable system such as this. He picks at the frayed hem of his clothing. Why, even this is new. I have no need to cover my body for protection, and certainly feel no social or moral obligation to. Sim extends his arm, preening. How did I do? Looks great. Sim seems pleased with himself. Why, thank you. Fashion is not something I have let dominate my thoughts. I find it fascinating. Oh, I have let dominate. Okay. You have a million questions for Sim. How does he speak your language? Where did he get those clothes? How did he know your name? Oh, I got a card. Sim only holds up his hand with a wistful smile. I would answer your questions if I could, I'm afraid. However, that it is simply not the time. What is your earth saying? The trees have ears? He rises to his feet and not bothering to dust himself off. I like the feel of those words in my mouth. Your language is so beautifully complex. You watch Sim walk down the hill and disappear into the trees as if he had never been here at all. Not even the grass is bent in the place he sat. That's interesting. Stop for lunch, much away spitting out seeds. Oh my god, it's Solana again. Is that a new... Oh, what is it that you're doing? This is a seed, correct? Solana, this is an earth plant. It doesn't belong here. I'll apologize. You promise him you'll pay more attention next time. Lecture them about clear cutting. Yeah, I get a bit of persuasion, but nothing else. Bravely continue on. We do want that bravery. We really want that bravery, actually. 6, 5. There's no 4, unfortunately. Oh, that becomes 4. Right. Why? Oh, because we have the equipment that gives a bonus to cards with gems. +1 bravery. We got the perk. Every event in exploring causes 10 stress only. Which is fantastic. Because it means we can explore so much more now. Poke it with a stick. Figure out what's wrong with her. Milk the float cow. Get a bit of animals. Walk through the Hot Buys territory. Interesting. Yeah, sure. Do that. That works. I don't have a 3 to put there, unfortunately. I don't have a 4 to put there, but I can get one easily. See ya. That kind of works. It's super goal, at least. Right, and now we have enough stress that we want to go do the Unisaur event because that reduces stress. Anyway, see you, Zanes. If I didn't say so already, be as quiet as possible. Oh. Make it a little straight. We're already at the goal. Five, 4, 3, 2. Reduces my stress a little. Walk through the dust. Wait a second. I'm already at the super goal. Ooh, new one. I don't think I've gotten the memory before. Look for a shady route through it. Well, that's a fine one to get locked in place. I'll just select in a wild card there. Wait a second. No, not quite. Wow, I could have gotten 43, but I didn't bother. I don't know if the boss event will end my exploring, is why I haven't done it yet. What's its deal? Animal challenge. We're getting really close to maxing animals, too. Just do that. That was the best hand possible. Okay, we managed to get the right one that time. You stop trying to get past it and just listen? Oh, you can hear... Yeah, it's its nests. We're like at 90 animals. Bravely jump over the pond. I'm not going to play that one. I mean, I could get a lot from it, but I'm not going to. We'll do this instead. Bravely fall and get wet. Probably one more and then I do the final one. Yeah. Cut down some trees. No! Okay, I need to reload. Because that gave me way more stress than I expected. Let me pack, get a tiny bit of animals. I'm at 92 animals. I'm almost have it. I really do almost have it maxed. And then I won't care about exploring at all for raising my stats, actually. The most spectacular flower you've ever seen. It's nearly a meter wide, all beautiful pinks and glittering rainbow hues. you need to have it for. You know better, don't touch it. Smart, you resist the flower's allure. Vertumnalia! This year you have a lot to be thankful for. As you file into the main square, you see the feast table laden with the literal fruits of your labors. Great big piles of foraged food compete for table space with tureens overflowing with potatoes and corn, all steaming and gorgeous in the high dust sunlight. It was a lot of hard work, but you can be proud. You did this. You helped. Udicott takes her place on the stage. My, she says, her voice soft and paper-thin through the maxophonor. We've come to another Vertumnalia already. She spreads her thin arms in welcome. Let us enjoy our blessings together. The colony applauds and Udicott bows her head in thanks. We did the talent show again. This isn't here. Oh. Mars has been working on her speechcraft. This year she gives a speech inspired by great leaders of Earth, linking their philosophies into a sort of mega-theory about how the greatest works of human history have come from overcoming our greatest struggles through ingenuity and cooperation. Because it's Mars, the climax of the speech resolves with inspirational music and fireworks. It's very exciting. An original song. We don't care if we get stressed from this, so might as well. Ooh. No, not quite. We want to do this so we get the straight. I think we do this. Yes. Aha. Not quite the next creativity perk. Mars's act was a tough one to follow, but the talent show is judged by audience applause. No one wants to be lectured about uncomfortable truths, and your lighthearted song easily wins over the audience. Mars looks miffed at the snub, but shakes your hand. Geniuses are rarely appreciated in their time. I imagine when the Helios show up, they'll probably bring it anyways. After the festivities, the whole colony takes few days off for a break. Anemone and Calm organize a giant sports ball tournament, and Anne sets up a food stall serving sweet potato juice skewers and spiral cut potatoes on skewers. Sweet potato juice slushy, sorry. But it just keeps going, it's great. You find Tammy in the common quarters. She's heavily absorbed in cleaning, balancing on a chair to dust high up on the walls. You always wondered who did all of the really thankless cleaning around the colony, and apparently the answer is Tammy. Tammy looks down at you as you approach and gestures to turn off her hear speak. Oh, hello, Solana, she says, pushing her bangs off her face with a sweaty-haired smile. She's clearly been at this a while. I was just getting some cleaning done. Nothing like a shiny clean room to take your mind off things, right? She grimaces, then seems to remember herself and covers it up with a giggle. It feels forced. Is something wrong, Tammy? Well, what? Oh, no, of course not, Tammy assures you. She hops down off the chair and gives you a little brief squeeze. Gosh, that's so nice of you to ask. You fix Tammy with a look and her smile falters. I mean, it's nothing, she says. I overheard something I probably shouldn't have. She says, looking down at the ground. When I was getting something from the pantry, I heard some of the adults in the kitchen talking about how the trippet stalks from the last harvest all had some, weird mold on them, and they had to throw out almost all of them. She tucks in her ear, miserable. If we ever run out of food, well... I wish I didn't have to hear about all the bad things. Why can't things just be good and nice and not so scary all the time? The grown-ups have things under control. Tammy nods resolute. Yes, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. I'm not as smart as Tangent or as strong as Anemone, but that's okay because I'm really good at cooking and cleaning and taking care of the babies and doing all the other things a colony needs to keep running. I just want things to be nice and normal. I wish people that I knew that I can hear them when they talk about scary things. Tammy sniffles and gives you a brave smile. Thanks for listening, Solana. I'm gonna go back to cleaning now, okay? You leave Tammy in the common area. Continue to avoid thinking about her fears through stress cleaning. Yeah, if I remember, her dad gave her as her augment really sensitive hearing and the idea that it would make her a good surveyor like him, but instead it just made her grow up, like, afraid of absolutely everything. Oh, my dad with the animals. Your dad is running some kind of test on the Trippets. He's playing different chords and trying to see if they have language or just making instinctive animal calls. You help him by holding up random objects and trying to determine if their sounds map to any understanding of what they're seeing. They're either saying, kill all humans or Linguini sports ball. I just can't be sure. Need a lot of organizing for that. Oh, fuck. I need to unequip that. Full jacket. So we want to do stuff that gives us kudos. Kudos. Oh. We have... Maybe research xenobotany. Because it gives us a lot of kudos. Yeah, it would be 30 each time. We really want to get our creativity up, though. Did anyone new die? No. In fact, we managed to cure the shimmer this time, so my dad will not die of it later. Yeah, I guess we study xenobotany, actually. Your work often overlaps with Tangent's work in the biochemistry and genetics lab, so it's not uncommon for her to pop by and ask questions about what you're working on, or for you to ask her for help interpreting some test results. How's the food situation going? The famine didn't even happen. I can only hope he has like 5 or 10 ways to die that you all need to fix. She's uncharacteristically animated whenever she goes to talk about science, almost like she's a whole different person. She even laughs sometimes. Don't you think it's so interesting how vertumnant species resist being classified by any known taxonomy? She asks, peering into the root nubbery sandwiched between pieces of clear glass. It feels like everything is a little bit fungal. Spores, fruiting bodies, mycelial networks, even in animals. Some animals here even photosynthesize, the division between plant, animal, and fungus. Well, I mean, categories like plant, animal, and fungus don't make sense when applying to alien life in the first place. At the cellular level, many animal species have properties of plant and vice versa. She launches into an explanation of how high-energy bonds store energy and require a metal catalyst, like iron in human blood and chlorophyll in green plants on Earth. That's a weird analogy. I would more accurately point out that this is a weird the way they phrase this comparison. It's like iron in human blood or chlorophyll in green earth plants. But this makes sense because the molecule that binds oxygen in your blood and the molecule that binds water in photosynthesis are actually the same class of molecule. They're metalloporphyrins. Heme, the one in human blood, binds iron, and the one in chlorophyll bonds magnesium. Also, you wouldn't call it a catalyst here, you would call it a cofactor. So slightly off. How the different hues of autumnal plants must mean they use an entirely unknown elemental catalyst, possibly not even a metal at all. Yeah, that works. However, I would say it would be more likely it's accessory pigments that are dominating the color. She stops and takes a breath, wondered by her own monologue. Zounds, Solana, if autumnal animals, plants and animals share an elemental catalyst, and we found out what it is, we could learn so much about the planet. Help advance our theory. You showed Tangent what you've been working on. You showed Tangent and all the samples and simulations, the results of scans and experiments. Incredible, Tangent says, going over your notes. We've been attempting to map the genomes of various samples in order to reconstruct a phylogenetic tree. We're at capacity already. Can I take this? Of course. Oh, that helps Tangent. Oh no. Tangent smiles. Thank you, Solana. This is more helpful than I can say. Chief Engineer Instance forwards you some kudos for sharing your research. That's 5 biology plus 3 organizing. Attention wants to talk to me. She's yawning, rubbing her eyes and staring off into space. Oh, Solana, I was just taking a short break. Yawns are infectious. Join in yawn too. Did you stay up all night too? I don't even remember when I slept last. It must have been a few days ago. You haven't slept in 2 days? More like 3. She replies, then pauses for another jaw-cracking yawn. But as I said, I'm tired. Even my enhanced body has limitations. She looked at her quizzically. I don't need to sleep as much as other people. It's a genetic... What's it? You know, a DNA enhancement. I guess sometimes even I forget to do it. I should set myself a reminder. Hollow, add to schedule. Sleeping, nightly, 2300 for 3 hours. Her holopalm emits a tone in response. Tangent nods sleepily. That should do it. Find her someplace to take a nap, yeah? Oh, my dad wants to talk. Just the person I was hoping to see. Your dad jogs over with a sunny smile. Hey, you want to get your hands dirty? Well, more dirty? The survey teams are bringing in a ton of animals we're working on domesticating, and we could use your help. You already know your way around a shovel, so I figured you wouldn't mind stopping by sometimes and giving your old man a hand. He says, pointing towards the animal paddocks. Cal is helping out too, so you'll have a friend to work with. And if you happen to be out with the survey teams, keep an eye out for more animals to bring home. Sure thing. A not yet sad anemone, yeah? Oh, it can finally tend animals. Soon reality will correct itself. Well, it is age 14. So that's what's going to happen this glow. So... yeah, it does. What do I do now? I guess I biology until I guess I do biology, especially because I want to get the next level of biology and organizing. Really like the next level of creativity, but there's nothing that focuses on creativity that gives kudos. Except like practicing the photophonor, I guess. Which I'd like. I'd have to buy one first, which I can just do. Creativity and a bit of bravery. It doesn't give me anything, though. I'll just research xenobotany because I get a lot of kudos for it. You splice cuttings of plants with other various plants, feeling like a mad scientist. Humans used to do this even before they had gene tech. Just a bunch of generations of people smashing stuff together and hoping something cool happens. Make that a straight. +6 biology, +3 organizing. It is the wet season, and since it's early wet, that means Mars is birthday. It's going quite well so far. Everyone is liking me this time. Anyways, research xenobotany some more. Surveyor Tonin found blep grass shortly after the colony landed on Vertumna. The waxy violet grass grows almost everywhere near the colony, and when you steep its roots in it, you get a deep purple tea. It tastes horrible, grassy and bitter, but it's a stimulant and mildly hallucinogenic, so the adults think it's great. They've been drinking it for years with no ill effects except for an overwhelming urge to stick at your tongue and say bleh when you taste it. We've been trying to cultivate new variants that don't taste as awful, or have more potent stimulant or hallucinogenic properties. Maybe you'll even find some entirely new medicinal usage. You're ready to test a new strain. Tangent would probably appreciate a better stimulant, and Cal would appreciate a nicer trip. I'll get Tangent too. Oh, but that helps Tangent. Fuck. I'm literally going to reload. I've been accepting the ones that help Tangent thus far, but no, not that. Cal. You bring Cal a cup of freshly brewed blep tea and tell him to give it a try. He grimaces at the taste, but he drinks the whole thing. He's a strong one, that Cal. You've arranged to do this test at the end of Cal's workday, just in case it really knocks him out. After a while, you ask him to report on how he feels. Cal blinks at you lazily. Oh, hey, Solana, he says, as if just noticing you're still there. He's been in deep philosophical conversation with the bobber plant for the last few hours, delighted when it bobs up and down like it's agreeing with him. The high is really pleasant, he says, surfing his hand through the slight breeze. Don't think I like my heart feels funny? Like it's beating too fast. Then like it just stops and like I'm worried it doesn't want to start again. Then it goes thump thump really hard when it starts up again, you know? Oh my god! Oh no! That sounds real bad! That's worrying, yep. Sounds like Cal is experiencing some pretty common palpitation symptoms. You tell Cal this strain must be too strong, but he disagrees. No, it's fine. It's just a little weird at first. If I know everything's gonna be fine, it won't bother me as much. The next time, it'll be totally chill. You know what? Sure, man, go nuts. Next time, well, sure. You're just going to toss the rest of the strain anyway, but if Calkin wants to have a real deep relax with it, no harm there. It's just the equivalent of about drinking 3/4 of a pot of coffee in under an hour. It's fine. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Second biology perk. More collectibles. Right, my popularity is gone. Oh, Cal wants to talk. You spot Cal heading towards the barns of the far end of farms. Hiya, Solana. He waves. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about, well, I guess it's not like you can get me in trouble now. So, yeah, I used to have a pet. She was like a little pink caterpillar. Oh, I never met Socks, yeah. I called her Socks. She lived in her trunk up in the storage barn. Nobody knew. But she didn't stay little forever. Eventually, she got big, like real big, and I couldn't figure out what to feed her, so she ran away. I just hope she's doing okay wherever she is. You want to head pet Vivi more? Aw. Thanks. I have so many flowers, I might as well give one to her. And I'll give him like a log too, because I have so many fucking logs. I saw up to the point where we couldn't figure out what to feed her, and then I couldn't figure out what to feed her. Missing Tooth Tomboy, yeah? Anyways, we'll go to humanities class. There's some sort of emergency in engineering that requires Hal's attention, so today's class will be taught by the ship's artificial intelligence, Congruence. Good morning, Congruence Strips. Today we're going to talk about the formation of the Vertumna Group and our decision to leave Earth. It's a very exciting topic, and we think you're finally ready to hear about it. Let's dig in. You know how it started. Economic and environmental instability, coupled with deeply entrenched hatreds, had thrown the Earth into chaos. And you know how it ended. In that chaos, your parents formed the Vertumna Group with a plan to leave Earth. Yeah, it's very cute. 20 years later, they and their starborn children, you, slid through a wormhole and ended up here on a planet you called Vertumna. But there's so much you don't know. Congruence pulls up a hollow projection of an unassuming man with a firm maternal gaze. This is Planktonic Ascendant Wang Botha Schmidt, the spiritual leader of the Vertumna movement. They were what people called a speculative fiction writer. The Vertumna Project proved that their writing, though speculative, was far from fiction. Wait, a sci-fi author? Yes, Congruence tells you. Their best-selling novel, Life Beyond the Einstein-Rosen Bridge, told the story of a fictional utopia on the other side of the real-life anomaly at the edge of the solar system. Scientists had been investigating the wormhole for years, but it took a poet to imagine we could travel through it. Wang Botha Schmidt's writing centered around the idea of humanity building a technological utopia on another world. Translated to 100 languages, this was a compelling idea to people at the time, so fans started connecting in VertSpace. Far from just a book club, these people bonded over mutual aid amid the increasing uncertainty in their own countries. They were committed to Wang Botha Schmidt's idea of a future where everyone is treated equally without prejudice. But they realized it couldn't be done online, Congruence tells you. Though committed to social justice, the group saw the impossibility of forming a truly egalitarian society, while also reckoning with their own implicit biases and the diverse context of their real lives. They realized that this was the work of generations, see ya, Crick, and the solutions must look to the future, as Wang Botha Schmidt did. So they got together. The image of a squat concrete building with a rooftop garden replaces Wang Botha Schmidt. Around the edges of the classroom, the holoprojector gives the impression of towering walls topped with razor wire. The first Vertumna colony, Congruence tells you. 400 people volunteered to sacrifice their own cultural beliefs to walk through these doors, agreeing to come up with a new way of life that would be taught to their children. Babies are conceived from egg and sperm donors chosen by lottery and raised communally like you as the second generation of the Vertumna group. Those babies were your parents. Wait, was it some kind of cult? Yes, Congruence tells you cheerily. The Vertumna group was widely considered to be a non-religious cult. Membership was outlawed in some countries. Planktonic ascendant Wang Botha-Schmidt was later assassinated for their connection to the group, and the ensuing violence affected many lives. You think of your mother and her prosthetic leg and how she really talked about life in her. Yeah, here's the part where we learn we're in a cult. The holo projection now shows the compound under siege. As more colonies were founded, word got out about the Vertumna group's social experiments, Congruence continues. Assimilationism was an unpopular ideology at the time because it had been used to commit terrible genocides on Earth. This, combined with panic that the Vertumna group was destroying the family unit, or raising an army of gene tech super soldiers, brought the colony under attack from all sides. Everyone fears what they don't understand. The image of the burning compound is replaced with a stratospheric on a launch pad. Luckily, the next phase of the Vertumna project was ready to launch. 100 colonists were selected to leave Earth on a colony ship to seed a far-flung corner of the universe with a new human culture. She smiles. The ultimate goal of the Vertumna group was you, children. A generation raised completely unbothered by the troubles that plagued Earth. Isn't that lovely? But how did they build the ship? Orbital voyages were a hobby for the ultra-rich in an earlier century, so there were several relics to be found in museums. The difficulty was not in acquiring a ship, but in making it spaceworthy and in the logistics of the launch itself. The group crowdsourced enough funding to purchase and repair the ship. As for logistics, well, you are speaking to the solution right now. I was acquired by connected group members along with the gene tech that created you and your parents. The Stratospheric was the first manned vessel to navigate the wormhole at the edge of the solar system. Given the state Earth was in when it left, it may have been the last. What was Earth like when they left? Terrible! Congruence shows you some dire demographics. The institutions that had given people the illusion of safety were torn down, and wars were rampant, both resource-based and ideological. Large parts of the Earth were rendered uninhabitable by climate change, pollution, and nuclear war, especially the critical food-growing regions of the world. The Vertumna group weren't the only ones trying to escape Earth, but as far as we know, we are the only success. So nobody on Earth was like us? The Vertumna group members have a unique culture, Congruence replies, but it's formed from a combination of many heritages from Earth. Even the language you speak, Esperanto, was invented to bring people together. And don't worry, Congruence exclaims, you brought your best heritage with you. You're humans. So much information. God, I love the way she delivers that monologue. It's so unsettling. Your head is so stuffed with ideas it might burst. Professor Hal and your parents never mentioned this stuff before. They waited to tell you because they wanted you to grow up without feeling different based on your genetic makeup and family history. It's hard to imagine having a different culture than your neighbors. You wonder what it's like. Everyone's celebrating different holidays, eating different foods, speaking different languages. Are you missing out, or are you better without it like the original colonists believe? It's hard to say as the decision was made for you long before you were born. All you can do is be the best Alana you can be. I guess I'll do that. I want to rest in time for glow anyways, because this is the worst glow. Creativity! We have a 5% chance to gain 1 extra skill every time we gain skills. Let's give birthday gifts. This is already at 92. Oh, my stress is maxed out. I give Cal a cake, I guess? And then I can rest next month. And then what do we do this month? I really want more organizing, so I guess I'll work at the depot. You attend a secret Fun Times Club meeting. Mars brings the meeting to order. Tange reads the minutes of the previous club meeting. Tammy serves flowery tea and soy sweets. First order of business is that I am instituting a new rule. Mars says and then clears her throat. Rule 5. All members of the SFC must wear uniforms to all club meetings. She taps her holopalm and shows you her uniform idea. Black pants and dark blue. I was like rambling in a previous stream about how I hate black and blue outfits with high necklines and billowing at the cuffs. She definitely designed them according to her own taste. Okay, but let us design better ones. You spend the next hour designing a club uniform and everyone takes part. It becomes ridiculously elaborate. Tammy wants to add tassels to everything, and Cal insists it should include huge cowboy hats. Mars gets into a heated fight with Anemone over the type of shoes to allow until Tange calculates how many kudos it will cost to print one of these uniforms on a nanoprinter, and you all realize you couldn't afford them anyway. You come to a compromise. Instead of uniforms, you'll all wear a lapel pin with the club's logo. You spend the rest of the meeting designing SFC prints and pinning them on the nanoprinter. If anyone doesn't have the kudos, Mars pays for them without complaint. No, this order. So you need a bit more organizing to get the next perk. And we're getting close to the first persuasion perk too. Right, is everyone ready for our life to like fucking be destroyed? Something's coming, he says, checking his adventuring supplies. Can't you feel it? The forest is too quiet. Yay! Relax in the lounge. Oh, I can unlock cooking. You're relaxing after hours when Aunt Anne pops her head into the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice, is looking for someone to help with part-time cooking duties. Someone young, someone responsible, someone organized, someone, she stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have too much free time on their hands. Volunteer. She bustles over to you. You'll be perfect, Solana, she says, hugging you. Then loudly to the others in the room, she declares, I'm glad somebody around here is responsible enough to put in their share of work. Everyone else ignores her, shifting awkwardly. No one wants to disappoint their auntie. Aunt Anne gestures towards the nearby cafeteria and tells you to come by next week so she can show you the ropes. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Then another roar, guttural and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Run out to face it. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature face to face. God, it's so freaky. It has no face. In place of a face or even a head, its body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back and its thick, slug-like tail are clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plas rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. I was like, oh shit, yeah? You see Anemone and her brother come darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring in through the gap and heading towards... They're headed straight to command. You watch helplessly as the hordes of animals storm command, sneaking through torn away panels and smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Udicott is inside. You have to do something. I'm going to save the governor this time. The smaller creatures are making a beeline for command, slipping into the heart of the colony while the defense squad is distracted. The line of slinking, many-legged beasts pass by much easier targets, moving with eerie, almost tactical purpose. Whatever's happening, you have to stop them. The scene in command is chaos. The blast doors that would have protected the bridge from depressurization in space are held open by a mound of corpses, both human and animal, and inside you hear Governor Udicott screaming for someone to help her. Oh, I have, like, a lot of those, so I can just... Wait a second. Oh, and I can. No, that's not better because... Yeah, whatever, I'll go with it. +3 combat. Yeah, please snooze the ad. Actually, I'll do it myself because I can just click out. You beat back enough beasts to help Udicott escape the bridge. As you shelter under a meeting room table, you hear horrible noises from the rest of the ship. Metal screeching, that terrible abomination roaring, the sounds of the creatures outside tearing their way through the hallways and trashing everything. Suddenly, the ship lurches and drops a few feet, buckling under the weight of something massive. Out the porthole window, you see a fleshy pink tentacle slap against the side of the ship before the faceless abomination outside crashes to the ground, taking the entire outer wall of the ship with it. Udicott sobs quietly into her hands in the sudden silence. You wait a long time until Congruence gives you the all clear. +1 to social challenges, yeah. The colony calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the impressive gloom of glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. At least the governor survived. Governor Udicott takes the stage and thanks you, personally, for rescuing her during the attack. Because of your bravery, the colony still has its leader. She also acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism and finally taking down the Faceless. If only it hadn't gotten away from them and stampeded right into the stratospheric. At least they stopped it before it got into engineering, as it would have activated the reactor and left a crater the size of an asteroid impact. Geoponics is gone, the greenhouses destroyed, and fields trampled. With the loss of the hydroponics, you'll inevitably have to start rationing what's left. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Governor Udicott solemnly reads out the names of those who lost their lives. Too many. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Anemone and her family cry out when her brother's Com's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. I don't think we ever met Com in this playthrough, did we? Oh no, we played sports ball early on. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Tammy doesn't return to the classroom. The little one's got out okay, but she's still in medbay and will be for a while. Aw? Anemone cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. You feel like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. And everything is completely fucked. Anyways, let's get about rebuilding. Even though we know it doesn't matter. The first month of quiet passes, each day plodding one after the other. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger come in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You're assigned to help rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent just dragging away the wreckage, sorting it into salvage or recycling. By the time that's done, crews disassembling parts of the stratospheric have delivered enough salvage that you can begin work patching up the walls. A sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything, people need to feel safe. Dis is on the work crew with you, something he does begrudgingly. Walls didn't help the first time, he grumbles whenever anyone asks for his opinion. We should just tear them all down and live like the animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. This is right, this is pointless. You don't go so far as to sabotage the walls, but you certainly don't contribute. You and Dis drag your feet, sulking anytime someone tells you to work harder. Surprisingly, you don't get in trouble. You're just kids after all. No one expects you to get back to work right away after huge trauma like losing your home. I love this song. And more organizing, and we got the organizing perk, yes. Extra card draw. The sun's finally dawn again on your birthday. You wake early and climb to the top of engineering to watch the first sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of the damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping, like most people. It's hard to find rest, crammed into the classroom with all the other kids and their families, and every time you close your eyes, you shake your head to clear the memories. Is there anything you could have done? Or is the colony destined to be destroyed no matter what you do? Yes, there's nothing you can do to prevent this. You pull your blanket more tightly around your shoulders, not your blanket, that one's gone, and stare out as the sun rises on the horizon, meager and sickly. Hey, kiddo, you hear. Then your mom comes and sits down beside you. Thought I'd find you here. You both sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. After a few minutes, your mom nudges you with her elbow. So, your first apocalypse, huh? She huffs, smiling self-deprecatingly. First one's always the hardest. When the first colony was attacked back on Earth, I thought that was it. Everything my parents told me about, the power of community, all that. I thought they were full of shit, too. She turns and gives you a serious look. It's okay to be sad right now. And mad, too. I'm mad as hell. I want to get out there and rip every goddamn mushroom out of the ground, and that's keeping me going for now. But that's not going to be forever, Solana. Eventually, that sadness and rage is going to cool, and you have to figure out how to feel after that. She points at your chest. Hope lives here. It's the human condition. You just don't know when to give up. Your mom squints out into the sunrise. I had to figure out how to have hope, too. I needed it to get on a busted-up spaceship with your dad and launch myself through a wormhole. Hope is why we had you. She smiles. Things work out in unusual ways, Solana. It just takes time. You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your mom pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. From your father and I, she says, Happy birthday, kiddo. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun on it to represent Earth, was broken during the attack. And all the chaos you didn't even notice, but your parents did, and made you a new one. It's just like you've remembered. A similar design, with a wormhole this time, to represent Vertumna. You thank her and squint out at the swirling wormhole still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year, but it always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade into the daylight. Your mom lets out a dark chuckle and slaps you on the back. What a birthday! Here's to another one, right? God. You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen where they put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanoprinters, those few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are going to take some time. Aunt Anne has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and pressed bars. Life-sustaining, but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Governor Udicott looks more frail than you've ever seen her, but her eyes remain determined. Last week, they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. There's talk of turning the Stratospheric's destroyed front half into a memorial shrine, after everything useful has been salvaged. There's still so much to do. Here we got the organizing perk. We're gonna get the toughness perk soon, too. Can't give gifts to anyone. Tammy's in medbay, apparently. Anyways, we continue rebuilding. Seek for a little while. Until Lum showed up. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and the destroyed greenhouses, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Your mom is in fine form in her role as chief cultivator. She'd never admit it, but managing a crisis is what she's made for. Cal's working in geoponics too, of course. He smiles when he sees you. Hey, Solana, there's lots of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? Rebuild the animal pens. The pens only suffered minor damage during the attack. Weirdly, most of the damage seems to have come from inside the pens, as if the normally tame animals had been stirred into a frenzy. Tangent is also here, though it's not to help hammer and nail things. She's studying the animals, trying to figure out what could have influenced them. She takes blood and hair samples and readings with some sort of complicated brain scanning device. Interesting, is all she says, not explaining her findings to you or Cal. Everyone is worried about the prospect of famine. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. Wait a second. +6 toughness. We need 1 more toughness. +3 organizing, yeah. You're eating in the mess tents when you hear something rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack so soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs into the tent. There's something falling from the sky. It's on fire. You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up into the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space, like a great big ball of fire coming straight for you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor's gonna land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all? It's the heliopause! It's another spaceship, she exclaims. Look, look, it's another spaceship from Earth! Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? You stare up unbelieving at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into the atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. That is not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship, coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceships touch down in geoponics, plowing through the fields and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. You're thrown to the ground from the force of the impact as shrapnel and small rocks sing past your head. It grinds along like some roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out stenciled letters. Heliopause. A hatch opens in its side and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all the remaining colonists. More soldiers form 2 parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade rest, and a lone figure strides down the center towards you. Greetings, fugitives of Earth, the man says, spreading his hands wide. Abelard cut off his balls. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by the line of soldiers. The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of the ship behind him. I am Commander Lum, he says proudly. As captain of the Heliopause, I have come to render aid and bring you to justice. Try to sneak away. The Heliopause soldiers have the colonists surrounded and shove you gently but forcefully back into the crowd. Listen with the others. Udicott steps forward out of the crowd. You're not the commander of the Heliopause, she says firmly. Where is the person I was speaking to? Commander Morikawa. Everyone is surprised. Udicott has been in communication with the ship for how long? I am captain of the Heliopause, Lem repeats stubbornly, then adds, according to the chain of command. We sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchange looks this time. We know from later that it crushed the bridge and killed everyone on it. You wonder how many people had to die before Lum became commander. As the commanding officer, I declare this colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth. To be quite blunt, young man, it appears you need us as much as we need you, Udicott replies primly. The Vertumnan colony, such as it is, offers our hospitality to our guests from Earth. Lum opens his mouth, but Udicott cuts him off. Now, there's no need for this posturing. Whatever the purpose of your mission here, you'll soon learn that on this side of the wormhole, we are all human. Right now, we need each other more than we need mandates from Earth. Udicott turns to the assembled colonists. Effective immediately, I will be stepping down as governor and turning leadership of the Council de Lum of the Heliopause. She smiles genially at him. I hope that will satisfy your craving for justice, at least while we get our feet under us. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice in this. Well, Grandma, but yeah. It's a good thing the colony's in such pathetic shape right now, your mom mutters under her breath. If they thought we were a threat, they'd probably have just shot us. Your dad squeezes your shoulders and tells her to be quiet. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth? Nearly 100 new colonists, and most of them trained soldiers? What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses slowly, and the council members follow Lum back into the heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony, you hope. You track down your friends. So what do you think about these new people, Mars asks. They're just going to boss us around. Yeah. They don't live here. They don't know what it's like. And they're just going to swoop in and act like they're better than us? Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage of the heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratospheric's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from the heliopause aren't like any people you've ever met before. With their uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. You aren't sure what this means for the colony or for your future. And then the proper start of year 15. As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around this new ship, the heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers mainly, are aloof at first. Many see you as fugitives. Together you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunker garrison. The Stratos engineering wing is the only reminder of your old colony. The heliopause brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as a rich seed bank and working hydroponics. They also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convinces most Stratocolonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. Begrudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different, really. There are even Helio children, born among the stars, just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your parents move into your new quarters. You get your own room for the first time in your life. You step out onto your very own balcony to watch the new colony, its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest that you haven't felt in some time. Hope, excitement. What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out. Rush outside to greet the day. Tammy purses her lips as she looks at the shambles of the colony. What a shame. We all worked so hard and now it's just gone. I've tried so hard to make this place feel like a home. I don't know what else I can do. I still don't know when your birthday is, but I'll give you presents regardless. There's Nomi Nomi, there's Rex. Mars has a dialogue, interesting. So does Dis. Presumably this is one that had to wait until this moment to trigger. And there's Vase, the dickhead. So you can have a flower. Before I start talking to people, I am going to run to the bathroom and run some ads while I'm gone. I have returned. I'm gonna turn off the monster mask since it's been on for so long. Nomi Nomi! You've seen Nomi Nomi around since the heliopods landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dressed as strangely as they do. Hi! Their voice is short, high-pitched, and quick. I'm Nomi Nomi. It's short for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and ask about their outfit. Oh, this old thing? I designed it myself. A Nomi Nomi original based on the outfit Lavandula Starlifter wears in the 3rd season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. Well, Nomi isn't a girl when she has to work undercover as the lead singer of an idol group. They stick their leg out. Only I changed the bottom part. And of course I have to wear my gaming gauntlets. I call them gaming gauntlets, but they're really Envirosuit gloves that I modded so I could play holo games through them. Do you like games? My faves are Laser Fable and Digger Dog. Laser Fable is so much more fun now that we can play outside with room to run around. What kind of holo games do Strato kids like to play? Nomi Nomi stops to catch their breath, winded after their extended outburst. Challenge them to Laser Fable. You're on! Nomi Nomi helps you install it on your holopalm and explains the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other, and there are extended house rules about when it's illegal to block each other's lasers. Do that, and oh, holy fuck, we drew a lot. Alternatively, we can do... Yeah, that's more. Now that forms a straight. Perfect. A little bit of combat. Right on, sister. Nomi gives you a high five, then with a couple quick flicks on their gauntlet, gives you a kudos for winning. They explain this is how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from Heliosphere. Except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They say they're too old for it. They just want to be soldiers now. Except Rex, he's still cool. The colony is full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting after growing up in a closed spaceship. You never expected to meet any other humans that weren't made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of these new people while you're jogging through the colony. Oof. He laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off of you and giving you a wide-fanged smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the Heliopods. You think his name is Rex? Hi, hello. Wow. Smooth, Solana, real smooth. He cocks his head at you, smiling. Hi, he says gently. My name is Rex. You managed to get out a hello? You aren't quite sure why he's having such an effect on your ability to speak or even think, but he doesn't mind. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, do you think you could help me find the construction yard? I thought I might apply for a job there. For you, anything. His eyes widen as he winks suggestively, and he grins, wiggling his ears and lolling his tongue out like a dog. So adorable. I might just take you up on that, he says. You tell him everything is a bit changed since the Heliopods landed, but you think the construction yard is still near command? He thanks you for the directions. You approach Mars, who's deep in negotiations of some kind with Tangent. Love for When Tangent sees you over Mars's shoulder, she points out and says your name. Thank you, forces of chance and chaos, Tangent mutters, slipping away as Mars's attention turns to you. She's your problem now, Solana. Mars pretends not to hear her. Solana, she exclaims, you're looking hideous today, darling. Luckily, I'm doing makeovers and fashion advice, free of charge. All right, that's the thing we're doing now. Come with me, Mars says, directing you to her room. I've been working on these designs for weeks. They're fresh off the printer, and I'm dying to see how they look on a regular person like yourself. Mars's room is a riot of sparkling fabric. My first fashion line is all about dressing for the seasons of Vertumna, Mars says as she gestures you inside. Yellow and angular for dust, airy and pink for pollen, stuff like that. If we ever make it back to Earth, I want to be known as a visionary who brought Vertumna home. We're never making it back to Earth, though. That's a great idea. Mars shrugs. I know. Mars indicates the pile of outfits on her bed. Well, what are you waiting for? Chop, chop. You try on outfit after outfit, letting Mars scrutinize your silhouette and bearing. She seems genuinely focused on how the clothing performs. Finally, you finish on all the clothes. I think the glow jumpsuit is the winner. Go ahead and put it back on. Then we'll do your hair and makeup. You sit on her bed as Mars pulls out her box of cosmetics. A day look or something more bold for nighttime? Something flashy. Mars smiles at you with all of her perfect teeth. A woman after my own heart. Mars does your makeup efficiently, then pulls out a bottle of bright blue nail polish. One more thing and the look is complete. Mars paints your nails, humming tunelessly while she works, and voila, she says when she's done. This is fun. Mars smiles and caps the bottle of blue nail polish. And informative, I hope. Blue is definitely your color. Oh, Tangent wants to talk. You spot Tange sitting on a large boulder outside the lab. She's eating a pressed soy bar ration with determination, alternating bites with huge gulps of water to wash it down as quickly as possible. What are you doing out here? When was Tammy's birthday? Late pollen, yeah. She stops her grim work long enough to acknowledge your question. I hit the limit on the number of consecutive hours that allow me to work in the lab. So I'm taking a break, she says, making mocking air quotes around the sentence. How dare they? That's what I said. They just think they can boss me around because I'm younger. I'm smarter than any two of them combined. Tange groans and rubs her bloodshot eyes. I just want to work, you know? It's so frustrating to be deep in the zone and feeling like I'm just on the precipice of discovery, and then someone tells me that apparently my genius is taking too long. I want them to treat me like I belong there the way Dr. Instance does. She actually respects me. They're just jealous that she likes me more. Tange slides off the boulder, and you see the color bleed from her face as she stumbles into you, nearly crumpling on the ground. Oh, she grits out, leaning over while the Disney's passes. I thought the nutritional uptake of that bar would be quicker than a real meal, especially after taking into account the time required to walk to the cafeteria. She trails off, realizing she's clutching your jacket, and pushes you away. My apologies, she says, brushing herself off. I am, regrettably, it seems, only human. Tange scrubs her hand over her face. Sometimes it feels like I'm a prisoner in my own body, like I can feel myself trapped in it. This stinking, sweating bag of meat and bad impulses, stuck with the burden of keeping it alive every day for the rest of my life, and... Say nothing. Tange takes a few seconds to compose herself, blotting her eyes daintily with her knuckles. It's just this resentment for my physical form. It reminds me of when I was little and an Instance used the gene tech to give me this body, the right body. Only, this body's wrong too. It's right in a lot of ways, but it's still imperfect. It's still human. If I were an AI, everything would be more simple. I could just do my work. I could just do what I'm good at. No messy biological functions, no emotions, just clear and beautiful purpose. Let's put her on a treadnought. I hate this. I hate feeling like this. I'm always here to listen, Tange. Tangent manages a watery smile as she wipes her eyes. Thanks. She says, I apologize for being all wet on you. It won't happen again. She wipes her eyes and straightens her jacket, then takes a deep breath and holds it in for 10 seconds, her eyes closed. By the time she opens them again, she looks ready to go back to work as if nothing has happened. You admire Tangent's determination, but sometimes you think it might come at a price. Thanks. I love that response. The new boy from the heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. He sees you staring and gives you a curt nod. My name is Vase, Lieutenant Olivacious, he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eye. And you are? How do you introduce yourself? I'm an explorer. We didn't kill the Faceless this run, we saved the governor. Is that right? He says with the air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Solana. I hear it's been a rough couple years for the colony. Lucky thing our heliopause came along just in time. He continues, don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers. The very best. We'll keep the colony safe. Are you one of those best soldiers? We train as a team, but... Face says, then clears his throat. Yes, I've won more than my share of zero-G judo matches and virtual riflery tournaments, even competing against adults. Wow, you're pretty cool. You act impressed and make some embarrassingly clear signals that you find him attractive. Well, he says, nodding like he understands, aren't you intriguing? Maybe you'll see more of each other into self-defense classes. He's such an asshole, but I'm gonna flirt with him anyway. Oh, this is Dis trying to run away. You head out of the colony hoping to find Dis, and you do, as well as Red and Utopia, who have teamed up to talk to Dis about something that has him scowling deeply. It was different before the attacks, you hear Utopia say, but you're older now, and when you're on expedition, you can get into a lot more danger than when you were just a little kid going on walkabout. When you're out there on my team, I'd be counting on you to do as you're told and to be where you said you'd be. She gestures beseechingly. What am I going to do if something happens to you out there, kid? What if you disappear one day and you're hurt and no one knows where to find you? What if... I'll be fine, Dis cuts her off. I can take care of myself. And if I can't, that's on me. That's not how it works here, Rhett says, his voice stern. You're not just putting yourself in danger out there. You're putting the whole colony in danger. I know you're a bit of a loner, son, but you have family here. All of us. We're all your family. We're going to send people out to find you, and what if they get into the same trouble you did? We're counting on you to follow directions out there to keep everyone safe, not just yourself. What if I don't want to be found? Dis explodes, waving his arms. What if I want to be left the hell alone? Red and Utopia are stunned by Dis's outburst. Red opens his mouth to respond, but Dis talks over him. If I don't come back, just leave me out there. If this planet wants me dead, maybe I deserve it. Huh? Don't you ever think about that? Maybe I deserve to die out there. Maybe we all do. With that, Dis stomps away. Red and Utopia look stunned. You follow Dis around the outer walls of the colony to where he's angrily pulling things out of the drain pipe hiding hole he's long since outgrown. Stupid humans, he grumbles, stuffing what looks like a bedroll into a carrying bag. They never think of anything except, he continues, trailing off when he sees you. What do you want? Are you okay? I'm great, Dis mutters. Just awesome, actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. You watch him pull things from his hideaway and throw them into two piles. Screw this colony. I didn't need to ask to be part of it. I don't need it. I don't need anyone. I'll be better off living in the woods like an animal. At least that's real. He reaches in far and pulls out a busted-up-looking mechanical device, his old alien communicator he made using gear he stole from Command. Geez, guess I don't need this anymore. What do you mean? Dis smiles as he turns the device over in his hands. Well, I've already got Sim. Didn't even need this old thing, did I? He tosses it into the discard pile. I won't need it where I'm going anyway. Take me with you. This takes a second to consider this before your meeting sets in. What? Why? Your play's baffled. Come on, Solana. You have a whole, life here? A future. You have friends. People who love you. Don't throw it all away just to be with me. I'm not worth it. We need the captain authority in this colony. This child clearly lacks time in the mines. His face softens. Look, maybe once I'm set up, okay? I'll send you a message if you really mean it. Dis finishes packing up the stuff he's going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you determined. Did I ever tell you my full name? Yes, seemingly randomly. I know it, dysthemia. Yeah. Dis's expression is surprised for a split second before going blank again. Yeah, it means being sad. What a joke, right? Who names their kid that? He shakes his head. Aunt Anne always talks about how babies make everyone happier. Was my mom sad before she had me and Tange? Or did having us make her sad? His smile twists. Was it me? Was I the reason? Disgust his boot in the dirt. Whatever, he mumbles. No one's cared about me basically ever. Since before I was born. My own mom didn't love me. The one person who you think could. He looks up at the sky and blinks rapidly. Whatever. I'm out of here. Thanks for everything, Solana. You're the only good thing about this shithole. I'm gonna miss you. Cry your eyes out. You drop to your knees and begin to sob, begging him to stay. Dis hesitates for a moment, but when you look up again, he's already moving towards the wilderness. You watch him disappear between the fungal trees. Within minutes, he's out of sight. You're getting ready for bed later that day when you receive a colony-wide announcement through your holopalm. It reads as follows. Colony notice! Reminder that there are to be no unauthorized trips outside the walls without prior authorization from Expedition's command. Anyone caught in violation of this rule will be punished. This includes going for a walk. It is dangerous outside the walls and is only to be done by trained and armed personnel. Thank you, Command. How about that? You send Dis a message. Dis messages you back immediately with just a picture of a knife. You're guessing he didn't get very far. God. I don't have anything else to give you, so I'll give you that. And we will go surveying. I would like to max out animals. So survey the plains then. Surveyor Utopia stops you and Dis near the depot. Feel that? She asks. You can feel a kind of ominous distant thumping, pulsing regularly through the ground. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate up into your own body too, like a massive global pulse. Utopia says, checking a read on her holopalm. I reckon it's naturally occurring. But it's giving me the willies all the same. You two better check it out. Mind you stick together and take readings on the way in case it's dangerous. You and Dis look at each other excited. You follow the thumping. Now an audible noise growing louder west until you've thoroughly triangulated its location. You know you're getting close, but it sounds like it's coming from all around you and your instruments aren't precise enough to help. What do you think it is? Aliens, he says seriously. You both laugh. No, I mean, it's probably some gardener stuff, right? It's gotta be. Yeah, we're the only two who know about the aliens. We're saying they'll get buffed to 2. Yeah. I'll accept the extra stress. Okay, that's slightly higher. Way worse. What if I do something funny to force the super goal here? Because I have so many logs, I might as well. And that way I get to avoid using the stress card too. You found a machine? An ancient, broken down machine, like a small pyramid-shaped building made from some kind of dark stone or bone that looks almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken. It's just so very old and overgrown. It looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building or engine or whatever it was. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. I don't have enough engineering. But there's a curious path on the ground moving away from the machine. A line a half a meter wide where the dirt is a little more worn and bare. It heads off in a straight line to the west, or coming from the west. Could animals have made this path with the thumper itself? Marvel at it. You run your hand over its pitted, vibrating surface. How are you so good? Channels the power of enough logs to build a house. Yeah? You run your hand over its pitted, vibrating surface. How could something so unbelievably old still work? It's definitely not natural. You can even see something like writing carved into the not quite rock. This starts making unce, unce, unce noises under his breath to the beat of the thumper. It's a pretty sick beat. Eventually, you head back to share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, distances. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose. Maybe. She says, you said it looks ancient, right? Perhaps there could have been another civ here long ago. We have found other signs, but nothing active like this. It seems to be pointing west or receiving something. There's some right ugly ridge lines out there that have kept us from checking that direction, but we got gliders and motivation. That's half the battle. I'll open up the western resting ridge for surveyors, she says, then grins. Whew, say that 3 times fast. Dis is right, it's definitely aliens. Dis gives you a knowing look but says nothing. Yeah? When you report for surveying duty, Nomi is here. It's their first day as a surveyor. They smile widely when they see you, smiling exuberantly. Oh, you two know each other already? Utopia says, looking to you and then Nomi. That'll make this easier. Talana, I'd like you to keep an eye on Nomi while you're out there. I'm going to assign you to the same regions for the next little while. Just make sure they don't wander into a nest of gnat bladders, okay? Yay, hooray! Nomi cheers and gives you a high five. As Utopia explains to Nomi and some of the other Helio surveyors about the surveying tools, Nomi starts to get bored and wanders a little ways from the group. You see it happening, but are powerless to stop them from tripping and nearly landing in a nest of Hawkeye eggs. They're just about to crash into the delicate spun glass cocoon when Utopia materializes as if out of nowhere and scratches them by the back of the collar. Nomi, pay attention! Nomi giggles like they don't even realize the danger of being stampeded by the upset Hawkeyes beginning to gather around. Utopia ushers them back to the group before things can get tramply. Nomi asks a million questions about the eggs. Are they edible? Do they have hard shells or soft? What is the cocoon made out of? How long until they hatch? Utopia sighs. Just get out of here, you two, she says, before the cute little vomits turn ugly. I love Nomi. They're so dumb. Find my way through the snow. Might as well. Actually, I think I want to play solely that. Make the big straight. If only I had a wild card to put between them. I can also do something like that. But no. Could have gone 34, but oh well. We see something inexplicable. You squint into the driving snow, but all you see is white on white on white and the slightest hint of movement. Yeah. That's the standard one we always see. Oh, Nomi event. You hear Nomi shouting for help nearby. Run over there. You sprint to the sound of distress. I've heard that Nomi can actually die here. Nomi seems to have fallen headfirst into some kind of Nomi-sized flower. Is it eating them? It's engulfed Nomi's upper torso, its petals pulsing as it pulls them down further. You could use your plas cutter to cut them out of there if you can figure out what part of this creature to cut without hurting Nomi. Nomi is struggling and you hear muffled sounds of distress from inside. You have to try. Hum-diddy-dum. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, I think. All right. +2 animals. You delicately slice the lyre flower at the underside of the base of its flower, which you guess is the creature's neck. Up close, it actually looks more reptilian than plant-like. Just a little nick and the creature coughs and convulses. Nomi spills forth in a flood of digestive uses. You, yuck, my outfit, stupid flower! Nomi stomps and shakes their fist at their flower, which lurches away on a fat snake-like body. Hi, Cublins. We could attack them. Attack them, keep watching, yeah. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that, yeah. Why is that the... Why don't you have a choice to, like, whether or not to reach out and get your hand fucked up or not? Hi, Sim. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he pushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear that you don't have a hope of finding Sim when he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the next bend you spot a familiar face. Utopia. Who the hell was that? Ooh, I didn't see anyone. Utopia squints at you. The man who just ran past? The tall guy dressed in black? How did you not see him? She takes her pickaxe off her shoulder. Whatever, just watch where you're running, okay? Watch where you're running, okay? Why am I fucking up the accent on that one? The gravel's loose around here. And maybe check in with Doc Instance, get your eyes looked at. You agree, happy to be out of this conversation without any trouble, and continue on along the path before Utopia asks any more questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. He seems to be in good humor despite the close call. Oh, he says, leaning against a tree. It is tiresome to be so secretive. He wipes his eye brimming with mirth. It is such a pleasure to be around you and Dis, and to not have to hide myself. He sobers quickly. I do appreciate your discretion. It is not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. To do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor. I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. It is good you're here, though, as I do need something from you. Data. What? Sim holds up his hands. Please do not be alarmed. I do not mean sensitive information such as personnel and defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. Like Holovitz? Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, music, books, cultural artifacts only. I promise. Why? Well, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. I wish to learn how to act in such a way that is not so discomforting to humans. I'll do it. Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly? He says, clasping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It's such a pleasure. We have questions of our own. That's fair. It must be frustrating to feel as though the truth is being withheld from you. Ignorance is not a yoke your kind bears easily. Please trust me when I say that my inability to answer your questions is born of circumstances beyond my control, and not a lack of desire on my part. I have full faith that you will know everything soon enough. I want to find the one that's like a meditation spot so I can get stress back. Also, how's your day been, Couplins? Now that you're here. I'm just gonna do the boss event. There's a deep, perfectly circular pond here, like with clear crystalline water. Small, transparent creatures like jellyfish bob around in it, rippling with iridescence. Dis is with you and in a characteristically bad mood, despite the jaw-dropping beauty of your surroundings. He plops grumpily down onto the bluff to watch the water. Watch with him. You aren't watching for long when a tentacle reaches up and plucks one of the jellyfish from the swarm, dragging it down into the depths. Some massive Xeno must live at the bottom of this pond. Fascinating. As you watch, it plucks two more. It seems to prefer the larger, older ones. Maybe it's like a farmer tending to this flock, or just a very sneaky predator. You take some notes, particularly that you think you should think twice about swimming in any of these ponds, yeah? Take a nap at the shore. So relaxing. You take off your shoes and soak your feet in the water. You're dozing off until a tentacle grabs your ankle and pulls you into the pool. You flail your arms, fighting the gentle pull of the tentacle. Dis watches from the shoreline. You think he's frozen in shock, but when you call for help, he only frowns in thought. Dis, help! Dis moves closer to the pool. Panic doesn't help. He mutters, calm down. Just calm down. See? You stop flailing and the tentacle stops flowing.
See, it's not pulling you under, Dis says. It's just checking you out. After a while, the tentacle releases you and disappears into the depths. Dis helps fish you out of the deceptively deep pool and helps you wring out of your clothes. I thought I was going to die, stupid! You haven't calmed down from the whole almost dying thing, so you raise your voice. He stops packing and looks up at you furiously. You could have died, but only because you panicked. It wasn't even trying to hurt you. But if you drowned in there, it would have been my fault. Don't you ever do that again. You realize he's upset because he cares about you in his way. Aw? You mumble a thank you and grab a towel to dry off. Keep exploring. He's so cute. I'm doing pretty good. Pick the fruit. Calm it down. Which should max my animals. Well, at least that's not terrible to have locked in place. +2 animals, maxed animals. You soothe the bush bug, but it doesn't seem interested in letting you have any of its fruit. Could it be the same one you harvested last time? And we are enlightened. We probably want to head back so we can take it the most advantage possible of that enlightenment. Especially because we don't have, like, much more to gain from staying around here, actually. Let's just make sure to grab everything. So we can take full advantage. So we can take full proper advantage of that enlightenment. We want to head back. Go home. You're getting ready to leave your quarters for one day when you're stopped by your mom, who hasn't left for work yet. She's always been an early riser out into the fields before first sunrise. That she specifically stayed home to talk to you is a bad sign. Sit down, Solana. We have to talk. Okay. You sit down across from your mother. Oh yeah, this is the thing you get when your rebellion is really high. You sit down across from your mother. She stares you down, just looking right into your soul like she's counting up every bad thing you've ever done. I don't think you appreciate how much I know about you. With the amount of freedom you kids have, you forget that you're being watched. I don't like what I'm seeing. And your attitude is absolutely atrocious. I know you're a teenager and you're supposed to push boundaries, but this is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Stay silent. She bangs her fist on the table for emphasis. This isn't some Hollywood high school drama, Solana. This is real life. This is life or death. You get what I'm saying? We're the only humans here. If we don't fight for our survival with everything we have, there won't be another colony ship falling out of the sky to save us. You have to learn how to fit in. You're part of a larger community, an ecosystem. You're supposed to be learning that, but you're running out of time. So you're adult, people will need to rely on you. I'm sorry, Mom. Your mom nods, her face tight. I'm just trying to give you the best start in life. When I was just a little older than you are now, I was fighting a war against the people of Earth. First they ignored us, then they mocked us, then they attacked us. And then we won. And also we could give you the chance to grow up here. I don't want you to waste it. Your mom reaches out and pats your hand patronizingly. I remember being your age, full of anger, ready to fight anyone who told me what to do. I wish someone had told me that I deserved better. I wish. You can do better than this, Solana, she says solemnly. You just have to apply yourself and listen to your elders. This colony needs you to be a part of it. It's why you were born. Thank you for the head pats. For a literal rebel fighter, your mom has a strange relationship to authority. You'd think she'd understand what it means to want freedom above all else. She's such a hypocrite. You're sick of telling people people telling you what to do, thinking they know what's best for you. They don't know what it's like to grow up on an alien planet. They don't know what it's like to have all these weird thoughts and dreams. Oh, my dad wants to talk. You catch your parents muttering about the new governor and people from the heliopause. Your mom seems to be upset. The word fascist catches your ear. This might be your chance to ask them some of the burning questions you had. Don't bother, they won't tell you anyway. Yeah? What's missing here? And I just turned off the monster mouth. Yep, there we go. Tammy's birthday is in late pollen, I think? Does he ever will talk about me? Aww. You didn't know that? Yeah. Want to make something? Nobody flaps their hands out in front of their face. I do, but it's so hot on the planet, don't you think? You shrug. Sure, it's different than living on a climate-controlled spaceship, but you're kind of used to it by now. Nomi snaps their fingers. Wait, we should make something to stay cool. You and Nomi brainstorm all sorts of weird and wonderful ways to stay cool. Umbrella hats, sunglasses with funny shapes, giant vats of cooling goop, but it all seems too complicated. Eventually, you just end up doodling on some of Nomi's paper and folding it to make paper fans. Sometimes the best solutions are the most simple. They smile, fanning themselves with their new Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform fan. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. What's your birthday? Mid-dust, right. Hugs incoming. Also, I should give him a stick. Then a dog looks more than a stick, right? God. Have a flower? I'm getting everyone's relationships up. I do like Rex a lot. I think I'm going to study engineering, actually. Oh, downloads data for Sim. Sim asked you for data on human culture, television shows, music. What's Sim's relationship? I know it goes up automatically as events progress. Things like that. You have unlimited access to Congruence's media archives through your holopalm, but for Sim, it'll be a little more complicated. You'll need to find a physical storage unit with enough memory to contain a chunk of the holo archives. Ask Professor Hal for one. Physical storage media, eh? We don't use many of those, do we? Most everything's network. He's happy to help, though, and tells you to come with him to his workshop where he repairs robots. He starts rummaging around in a desk, then another desk, then a footlocker, and a cabinet. He sticks his tongue out through his teeth while he wiggles his arm all the way to the back to the back of a set of drawers. What do you need it for anyway? Your holopalm on the fritz. I can take a look at it for you. Tell the truth. You tell him an alien wants to watch old television shows so you can learn more about being human. Professor Hal just chuckles as he finally pulls out the disc. Okay, whatever game it is you kids are playing. I love that. Fire Shark, thank you for the follow. He hands you a tiny cylinder the size of your pinky finger. Well, here it is. You can plug it in and copy whatever you need from the HoloNet onto it. I'll leave you to it. You start by carefully copying your favorite vids and games, then realize there's a ship ton more room on the tiny device. You sweep in several thousand more vids as well as the entire contents of the school's Learningpedia. That should be enough for, well, a lifetime. You pull out the unit and admire it. It has a tiny holo projector at one end with a gesture shins that are just like your holopalm. Yeah, what is cooking? Again. Creativity and empathy. And you get the first persuasion perk. And also ideally get it high enough that I can fucking use the jacket to get 60 persuasion. Yeah, I have a few I want to forget. We are at the point where playing sports ball mostly fucks up, mostly causes more problems than anything else, so then it helps, so and then I want to study engineering for both the reasoning and the engineering. You hear it scuttling amid legs. What the heck? Yeah. Put it out back in the hall. Ouch, it accidentally slashes you with the leg while scrambling to find purchase. Stupid robot. Yeah. If you have enough engineering, you can do the robotics lab. Which I am not bothering to do. Wait, that forms a straight. Wait a second. There we go. Plus 5 engineering, plus 3 reasoning. It is late pollen, which means it's Tammy's birthday. Oh, it's my birthday. How beautiful. Tammy looks worried. She's hugging herself and pacing around. Every now and then her attention turns sharply towards the east wall. Are you okay, Tammy? She's relieved to see you. There's something out there, she says in a quiet voice. Lots of somethings outside the walls. I think they're far away, but I can't hear them. Try to listen for them. You hold your breath and strain to hear anything out of the ordinary. Just kids playing sports ball in the distance. The whir of a hover lift. Tell Tammy you don't hear anything. It's like squeaking, super high-pitched, really long sounds, like metal or like a broken RoboVac scraping along the floor. Only there are hundreds of them. You shudder at the thought. My dad said he picked these ears as my augmentation to keep me safe. His were the same, but they couldn't keep him safe. I'm scared. I hate my stupid ears. You're lucky to have such cool ears. Really, you think so? She lets you lean in close for a good look at her enormous healthy ears. Oh my god, that's so mean. You know what it must be like to have such sensitive hearing. Oh, do you make like Earth ear mufflers so she doesn't have to listen to everything all the time if you have high enough engineering? They're beautiful like the rest of you. Tammy blushes to the tips of her ears and shyly stammers. Thanks, Solana. You imagine running your finger along the curve of her lovely ear, but stop yourself? She apologizes for crying, even though you've seen it many times. Tammy is such a caring girl. It's unfair she has to suffer from her sensitive hearing, but it's so sweet that she doesn't want to be a burden. She gives you a big, warm hug and says she's going to head inside soon because it's nice and quiet in there. You leave her rubbing one of her ears thoughtfully. Hey, Solana, can you pass me that... Yeah, that thing? You push one of the supporting beams into position, and he hammers it together. He hangs it from the top beam, kicking his feet before dropping to the ground. There, stable as anything. I'm glad you found me. I was talking to Tammy earlier and she said some things, you know, about you, and it got me thinking. Look, you and her, you don't like her or anything. Just ask her out already, nullhead. Cal blinks at you, then laughs. Oh, I guess it's really that obvious, huh? He scuffs his boot in the dirt. What looks like what a nice pillow feels like? Yeah. He scuffs his foot in the dirt. We've been friends forever, you know? I guess I was kind of waiting for her to, you know, give me a sign or something that she wanted to be more. You've met Tammy, right? And Tammy, our Tammy? Yeah? No way. No, she's not. She's so, like, scared of everything. You've met Tammy, right? Cal laughs. Yeah, I guess that was a little silly. She's way too shy to make the first move. Thanks, Solana. I'll talk to her about it myself. I just needed to pep talk, you know? God, that's so funny. Brother, if you don't do something, I'll shove you two into a supply shed and accidentally lock it. Yeah. You're taking a mini class with Chief Engineer Instance on the construction and maintenance of your holopalms. These devices are engineered bismuth crystals embedded in your palms when you start school. But bismuth is really toxic. But bismuth is really toxic, though. They use the heat and electric current of the human body to power themselves, to talk to each other, and connect to the HoloNet, Congruence's massive repository of information. You can barely remember life before yours. Holopalms were commonplace by the time the Vertumna group first formed on Earth, and the square bismuth is grown in the lab, so the physical device itself isn't hard to maintain. The difficulty is in the display and touch interface. Instance opens her holopalm, displaying a visible projected screen floating above her palm. As chief engineer, she also has one of the fancier versions that combines with a pair of eyeglasses to superimpose a projection right into what she sees. The interface relies on plasma voxel generators, which require extremely small components that are impossible to nanoprint. The material will have to be mined from Vertumna itself. Tange raises her hand. Is it possible to hack these devices? If the biological electronic interface is so thin, is it possible to hack the human body? In a way, we've already begun to hack the human body, Instance replies. What do you call gene tech? Everything the body does and is capable of doing depends on 4 nucleobases in different configurations. It's no different than congruence. Human and artificial intelligence are both built from a limited code and are transformed into more by the building. I don't like analogizing genes to code. For reasons I've explained in the past, your genetic enhancements, super hearing and sight, temperature regulation, increased resistance to fear, disease, and fatigue, all present in the human genome and unlocked by the power of science. Good engineering could. You and Tangent are grouped together. She begins installing a mod that will let her scan inorganic materials and get a reading of their chemical compositions. Just learn from Tangent. You don't feel comfortable modding your own holopalm yet, so you sit and watch Tange as she upgrades hers. She's hesitant at first, but relaxes as she realizes you're not here to judge her. You learn a lot from her. She can be nice, as long as you don't ask too many dumb questions and you're doing something she likes. +5 engineering and +3 reasoning. We're already up to 19 engineering and 19 reasoning. Good. Alright, our enlightenment has disappeared. You find Nomi Nomi in the lounge, flanked by 2 holoscreens and doodling in a sketchbook with real paper. One holoscreen is playing an animated kids show, while the other is a wall of text that looks like it might be a translation guide of some kind. Nomi's attention moves between the three easily. When they see you, they jump and quickly close their holoscreen, sitting up straight, and clutching their sketchbook to their chest. Oh, hi, Solana, they giggle, rubbing the back of their head charmingly. How you doing? It's okay, you can watch cartoons here. Nomi relaxes a little, breathing an exaggerated sigh of relief. Hi, Cyber Mermaid. No, we're not dating Nomi. Good, because I really like cartoons. I thought you were going to bust me for jailbreaking my holopad. All the Helio kids have restrictions on what we can watch and for how long, but you guys have so many more cartoons than we had. Like the first season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? Where did you learn how to do that? It was just like modding my gaming gauntlets. Sure, a little more complicated because, oh my gosh, no offense, but your holopalm interface is so deprecated, but a lot of the fundamentals are the same. You know, you've got a holopad genius here too. This was Mondo helping me figure out your old system. Wait, like Ardis? Yeah, he's a total sweetheart, don't you think? Oh my god, no me. Anyway, the important thing is I get to watch every episode of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. Numi continues clapping their hands against their cheeks. It's the best cartoon ever made. What else is schoolgirls who look like aircraft from the waist down battling evil aliens while dealing with the stresses of high school life? Hi, Earthemus. Tammy's alive. I'm dating Dis again, I think. The Helio Media Archive only had season 2 through 9 and only 3 of the OVAs. I can't believe in the 4th OVA flight, Captain Yumiko gets captured by the aliens and brainwashed into thinking she's been an alien sleeper agent the whole time. You haven't seen the first season? Spaceship kids make do. You don't want to know everything about something you like in order to call yourself a fan. Just liking it with all your heart is good enough. I was drawing some fan art for the show. Well, it's kind of fan art. Okay, it's really more like if I was a character in Turbo Girl Hypergirl Turbojet Transform. What kind of aircraft would you be? Naomi blinks at you, clearly stunned by your interest. Well, okay, you see, all the cool aircraft are already taken, and it's rude to be a double. They press the tips of their index fingers together and look thoughtful. Sometimes I draw myself. I mean, my character is something weird like a hot air balloon. But then I think I think it would be cool if I was the only regular human in the Turbo Girl Hyperjets. Oh my god. It's early dusk, so we should give something to Anemone. And she could ride the other Turbo Girl Hyperjets, yeah. This is Vase's birthday again. Mid-wet. I like Strange Devices. I don't know if he likes anything else. I'll give him a stick. Hugs incoming! Arx is so easy to get a relationship with. Nothing a dog likes more than a stick, right? And I have so many flowers, I might as well give them. Oh, Mars wants to talk. Mars is working in the depot today. You find her sitting on a pile of boxes, drumming her feet against them as she flips submissively through a magazine on her holopalm. Every so often, she snorts at something she reads and rolls her eyes. Oh, hey, Solana, she says as you approach. Would you rather have a really bad body odor for a whole day, or have to spend the whole day naked? Why? I'm reading some old teen magazines from Old Earth. Mars says, you know, like fashion and makeup and dating and stuff? She turns to a new page and reads out loud. Don't be afraid to use green concealer. You may look like the Wicked Witch at first, but don't click your heels and go home. Stick with it and you'll be on that yellow brick road to clear, beautiful skin. Mars laughs incredulously. What does that even mean? Papa taught me to put on makeup because I wanted to be pretty like him. But it was never like, cover up your blemishes, make your nose smaller, hide your scungy pores. And that's all they ever talk about in these things. And it's like, was Earth fashion really about making everyone look as small as possible? What was wrong with them? Marcia shushed herself. I was the biggest kid the whole time we were growing up, and I've always been gorgeous. And that's not just my genetic enhancement talking. Sometimes I think they should have made everyone unable to feel shame. Like, all these magazines talk about how to fix your flaws or act different so people will like you. It's such a waste of time. If people don't like me, they can flick off. I literally don't care what they think. Mars passed the box next to her and you climb up and sit by her side. The dating advice in these things is pretty good, though. Like, my dad's taught me about reproduction and stuff, but they get so squicked out when I asked how to actually get someone to have sex with you. She rolls her eyes. Teenagers on Earth were apparently very worried about getting boys to like them. Like, look at this quiz, 10 ways to tell if he's super into you. Mars smirks and angles her holoscreen away from you. Oh, let's see how into me you are, Solana. First question, do you have any cute nicknames for me? I do. Really? Tell me. Actually, no, don't tell me. Second question, do you get nervous around me? Sometimes. No, really? Well, I guess that's understandable. You go out of your way to see me? A little bit. I am happy whenever you come talk to me. Us sophisticated folks got to take it together. This is so wimpy. What was wrong with Earth teens? If you want to know if someone likes you, just ask them. It's easy if you're not a coward. Mars turns to you and leans in, bracketing your legs with her arms. You can smell her body lotion, light and floral, and feel the heat of her chest against your arm. She pouts and looks at you through your lashes. What about it, Solana? Do you like me? I like this more. Mars tilts her head. Oh, is that right? Well, I'm not a jealous person. I don't mind sharing. Oh my god. Have a flower. My relationship with Tammy now, 62. Meet. What do I want to do before Vertimnalia? Oh, more persuasion. I think I'll go to humanities, actually. So to humanities, you're off on lunch break when you see Mars and Tange sitting together in the engineering break room. Ara. Tange is eating a sandwich while also scrolling her holopalm with it, and Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up up on her hand as she pouts at Tange. Come on! You said we were gonna hang out after lunch. Are you done eating yet? Tange makes a slow, deliberate bite of her sandwich and chews while making eye contact with Mars. It goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars's face falls and she puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important for digestive health, Tange answers primly, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. You can masticate in private. What are you reading and how is it more important than me, your best and only friend on the planet? Just something for work. Tange answers, it's really interesting. I didn't know Dr. Instance was so well published, even though she was only 25 when the Shadow left Earth. She was practically a prodigy, like me. She looks at her holoscreen again. It's absolutely fascinating. We're so lucky to have such an accomplished researcher here on Vertumna. Leave them alone. You sit at a different table to eat your lunch. You've been eating for like half an hour, Tange. Please come on. Please, can we go do something before some rampaging Xeno eats us? We're both too pretty to die of boredom. Tange smiles. You think I'm pretty, Mars? Mars sets her hand on top of Tange's. The prettiest, she swears, her other hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I went in the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. Tange says, putting her hand on top of Mars's hand, leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually flirtatious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty. It's all I live for. Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder, and you tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you're expected back in engineering. Well, damn, if I call Tange beautiful, she doesn't like it, yeah? Oh, that's annoying. Right. That'll become 5 no matter what. I have a 3? No. Plus 6 creativity and plus 2 persuasion. The Vertumnalia Festival is a welcome day of normalcy in an otherwise chaotic year. Despite some lingering rivalry between the two factions, Vertumnalia is a chance for the Helios and Stratus to come together and appreciate the bounty of the planet. At least that's what the adults say. As Governor Lum takes the stage to address the colony, you can't help but notice the crowd has segregated itself according to their ship of origin. Rex shoots you away from over on the Strato side, and Nomi makes a silly face. Vase is surrounded by other young soldiers, all looking sharp in their heliopause uniforms. With Dis standing beside you, you wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. Sorry, I was pouring myself some water. A fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Lum's honor guard do a complex drill with their drone rifles. Greetings, people of Vertumna, Lum says, his voice ringing out over the square. We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We've worked hard to save this beleaguered little colony from the brink of destruction, and should be proud of our work. The Helios cheer. Your side of the square is more quiet. I know some of you have been asking, Lum, how are you going to do it all by yourself? How are you going to run this colony, solve everyone's problems, turn this planet into a paradise, and look this good? Lum strikes a pose to a smattering of polite applause. Well, I have the answer for you. The old council made a lot of bad choices, like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances. So I've appointed the original department heads to my own council, Lum's Council 2.0. Better not disappoint me. He laughs and makes finger guns at the department heads at the foot of his podium. Stay on your toes, Stratos. Oh my god. I also want to promise everyone here today that we're going to make Vertumna safe for humans. The next time those bastard Xenos attack, we're going to blow them to so many little pieces, there won't be enough left to wipe off our boots. We've already got the defenses, he says, gesturing broadly to the new, taller, thicker walls. And we're building homes for everyone. Homes where people can raise children again, knowing that our military men and women are keeping us safe. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially those who lost family in the last attack. Lum goes on for a while, lionizing the Heliopause's military strength and casting subtle digs at your failed colony experiment. Finally, the crowd disperses to set up the square for the afternoon festivities, some traditional and some new. At the tables, Aunt Anne and the kids are setting out a spread for dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food thanks to the Heliopause's huge ration surplus and the piles upon piles of xeno meat from the hunting parties for those who can stomach it. Anne is all smiles, clearly making an effort to move on as Lum mandated, despite still mourning her lost son Calm. But not even the festive atmosphere can force a smile onto Anemone's face. These heliojerks think they are. Right, Mars exclaims. This Lum guy is a tool. Did you hear what he said about us? How crass. Like, have some respect. Disarai's carrying a big tureen of stew. And now they're just taking over and everybody's okay with this? The adults are bigger cowards than I thought. Mars looks at shock and at distant shock that they agree on something for once. I will join the bake-off. Oh, Tammy involves in this. Okay. The bake-off is a new challenge this year in celebration of the great surplus of food. Today's theme is chili, spicy bean stew. Not pixie beans, though. Tammy and Cal both compete. Tammy makes a simple but pleasing stew, and Cal adapts a gourmet urge dish with alien ingredients. They're very comfortable working around each other in the kitchen, always coming over to give help and encouragement. Aww. Maybe we do something like that. Put that there. Yeah, that doesn't work. And finally, the last one is unlocked. Yeah, this is better. Not quite super gold, though. You make a chili that is so perfectly balanced, one of the judges cries, and not just from the spice level. You win the cooking competition! After the festivities, the mood in the colony is a lot lighter. You see people smiling easier, and often see mixed groups of Helios and Shrouders socializing together. It feels like the first time people have actually let themselves relax. Go find Cal. Promise more than humanly possible in your body, yeah? Okay, we are popular, finally. So we're gonna do stuff that gets us kudos. While I would be inclined to study xenobotany, I don't think that's the right thing here, and I think what I want to do is work in the depot. You're working with Mars when a depot order comes through your holopom for 10 batteries for the Creesh. You're busy packaging up another order, so you send it over to her holopom. Despite her constant complaining about how boring and beneath her this job is, Mars is very good at it. She finds ways to do things faster and more efficiently, and she hardly ever makes mistakes. Which is why you're surprised when she gets the order from the nanoprinter and find 5 batteries. You check the requisition again. Wait, it says 15 batteries now? You swear it said 10 before. Mars scoops up the extra 5, giving you a wink as she has them in her bag. Confront her. Oh, don't be a buzzkill, Solana, she says, rolling her eyes. Even Seek skims a little off the top. Why else would they keep such a tight control of the nanoprinter? What are you going to do, tell Lum? If you do, Seek will be on my side, because they know I'll sell them out too. It'll be your word against both of ours. Besides, it's not even for me. It's for the SFC, which is a secret, so it's not like I can send an actual requisition for this stuff. I'll cook the books. Mars's deception was pretty good. You only caught it because you happened to see the requisition first, and you happened to put it back in the queue for Mars to pick up, and you happened to be the one who packed it up. You work with Mars to set it so that the first person to open a requisition must complete it themselves. Believing you're doing it to increase reliability, Seek approves of this change. It's a little more work, but it means that Mars is free to edit requisitions to her heart's content. Mars is so pleased with your work, she gives you a kiss on the cheek. We are stealing! We are stealing! Bunch of extra organizing and some persuasion. I didn't see nothing, yeah? Oh, this is it. Yeah. You're trying to find Administrator Seek to ask about something and accidentally stumble into a meeting they're having with Governor Lum. You didn't catch the topic of the argument, but you managed to piece together that Seek is trying to get Lum to come up with a way to explain something important to the colony, whatever it is. Also, hi Goomster. Lum is dismissive about it. You hear him, I see you first time chatting here. How'd you find your way here? Figured out, Seek. That's your job. Spy on them. You pretend to organize some papers and listen in. The colony's spending a lot of resources on the security squads, and these need to come from other departments. Seek tells Lum that he has to present the budget and convince the council this is necessary. The governor is tired and cranky, and doesn't want to bother with another boring meeting. Lum rubs his temples. Oh, why is this my job? He complains, even though it's clearly his responsibility. Can't I get an assistant to take care of this? With high persuasion, I can do it, yeah? You got better things to do than listen to Lum and Seek argue about administration. It doesn't seem like they need an assistant, though. Maybe you can offer your services later when you're not so busy. Oh. No, that's better. First persuasion perk. Hi, Alchemist. Mars and Nomi are bent over one of Nomi's sketchbooks. Mars is talking animatedly with expansive hand gestures. Nomi is nodding along and taking notes. No, 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 Mars exclaims. This neckline needs bolder lines, and down here, lots of extra fabric. And make this part gold. I want it to scream, I don't have to work like everybody else. I'm only here to look beautiful and have people adore me. But we do have to work. Nanoprinting is restricted for these kinds of materials. It costs kudos. Mars rolls her eyes. That's the point. Nomi huffs. Not everyone's got as many kudos as you, Marzipan, especially us Helios. We didn't have any at all when we landed. If I want to wear something other than uniforms, I usually trade or mod old clothes instead of printing new ones. Mars looks appalled. You trade clothes? You don't even sell them to each other for kudos? Nomi shrugs and tucks their hair behind their ear. It's just, some kids can't afford to print this kind of clothing, right? So you're losing out on them as potential customers. So maybe instead you could design clothes that are pretty, but also made from common materials, so everyone can have them? Then maybe when you're in charge, you can get rid of kudos entirely. It doesn't seem right that we trade kudos for extra stuff, when we're all supposed to only have what we need anyways. Nomi packs up their sketchbook and leaves, and Mars turns to you with a thoughtful look. Oh. Nomi doesn't know that I was the one who started selling things for kudos in the first place. My dad keeps saying I shouldn't do that because hoarding kudos and treating them like currency will cause... She makes question marks in the air with her fingers. Wealth inequality. Do you think they might be right? Nomi's right. The Helios are broke. Mars says, tapping his shins. I mean, I knew the Helios were tragic, but I just thought they had terrible taste. You know, the uniforms and the haircuts. I didn't know it was because they were poor. I really don't think that kudos make everything unequal. Like, you can always work harder if you want something nice, right? That's what I do. It's great that we have everything we need, well, as long as there's not a weird disease or a famine or whatever. But we're still poor, you know? We're poor in culture. Like, yes, every colonist has a steaming pile of mashed trippet every morning, noon and night. But what if I want to watch a holovid I haven't seen a million cajillion times? Mars puts her hands on her head. When we only focus on survival, who's making the holovids and the symphonies and the gourmet food? She throws her arms in the air and shouts, we have everything we need, but we're poor. Poor people don't care about art. No, I've got it. I'm a genius. If the adults want to incentivize the creative class, we need to do it ourselves. We need to get the adults on board with adopting kudos and using it to pay for luxury goods. Instead of slaving away in a depot or the kitchen, people like Nomi could be artisans. She grabs you by the shoulders. If we have an actual creative class, maybe we can get some culture on this stupid rock. I can't believe I never thought of it before. I'm the richest, she says, clearly possessed with a beautiful vision. I'm the richest teenager in the colony, but what good is it if there's nothing to buy? Here I am, sitting on more kudos than I could ever use, and I could have been using it to kickstart the creative economy. I could be a patron of the arts. I don't think capitalism is good for art. Yeah, but she only knows about, but consider that Mars only knows about capitalism through, like, movies. Mars releases you and pulls up the finances screen of her holopalm. You catch a glimpse of her balance, which is more kudos than you've ever made in a year at least. Yes, good. More than enough to start. Well, Solana, you'll join me, right? Let's give away some kudos. I know the interaction, if you say, here, take 100 kudos, is really, really funny, but I'm not going to do it. This is a terrible idea. Do you think so? It's fine. I don't need your help. Hugs incoming. Oh, it's your birthday, right? Well, hey, Solana, how's it hanging? Yeah, he's setting up for cards. Do you want to play a game with me? Is it bottoms up? I love that game. Rex blinks at you, surprised. Oh, I didn't know they played that in Aiden and Colony. You don't remember how to explain to him that you don't. You just remember him explaining it to you in another life. So you keep your mouth shut. Well, since you already know how to play, what do you want to bet? How about 100 kudos? Hey, big spender. Yeah, of course. Whatever you feel comfortable with is fine by me. He winks. Rex shuffles the cards and deals half the deck to each of you, and you begin to play the game. The best thing about this game is it's not very hard to play, Rex says, scooping up his winning cards. It's all about how well you know the other person, and, well, we don't know each other very well yet, so what do you want to know about me? You made any friends here? Oh, yeah, of course. All the adults are so much nicer than the ones I grew up with. Like they care so much about how and why they do stuff. I love being around them. All the other teens like, whoa, you guys are all so cool. Anemone and Tange are so passionate. Cal and Tammy are so sweet. And Mars is like a galactic level hottie. Wow. Oh, and that disc guy seems interesting too. What do you like to do for fun? Talk to people mostly? Rex says and puts down a low card to win the hand. I like to see what everyone's doing and help them with stuff if I can. I just really like being around other people. I like doing whatever they're doing. Oh, and cuddling, of course. I love cuddling and running and chasing stuff. He rubs the soft inner part of his ear and smiles sheepishly. What are your plans for the future? Oh, wow. Big question. I don't know. I think if I had stayed on the heliopause, I would have probably ended up becoming a soldier like everyone else, but planet side. Rex smiles to himself as he puts down a high card. I could do anything. I've always liked making things with my hands, and I like to make other people happy. Maybe I can do something with that. I'm talking, let's just play the game. You play out the rest of the cards, staring fairly even at points until Rex is left with only one card. And you have two. You're trailing, but not by much. If you play your low card for an easy win, you'll gain enough points to make it a draw. If you gamble on the slightly higher card in your hand, you might lose entirely, but you could win. Wait, we've played this game before. Memory jolts through you from a past life. Rex's last card is high. You can definitely win this, even with your high card. Check him for tells, too. You scrutinize Rex. You're not sure why, but you get the sense he's not really confident he'll win this hand. If you want to win, you should play a high card. Are you for real? That was a risky play. You're lucky you only had a high card left. He turns over his card. It's even higher than yours. You win the game by a comfortable margin. Collect your winnings. Rex links up your holopalms and transfers your winnings. It's a good thing I love helping so much. You can rack up kudos pretty fast. Oh, I was popular when I did that, so I got double kudos. God damn. Hi, Tammy. Have another flower. An anemone is starting to hang around with Face, unfortunately. I want to do some exploring before Glow, ideally. Oh, Cal wants to talk. Cal waves at you as you enter the garden leaning on a shovel. Hey, Solana, he calls, but his eyes look past you down the path to where Anemone is beating the absolute tar out of a training dummy. Her fierce battle cries echo across the colony, making Cal wince. She's been going totally hard lately, huh? He scratches his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it would be good for self-defense. Cal smiles sadly at the memory. I told her I don't want to fight. Not her, not a training dummy, and not anything else on this planet. For real. I've never seen her get so mad at me. She called me a baby and told me I'm just going to end up forcing everyone to protect me because I'm weak or helpless or whatever. He seems upset and stabs the ground with his shovel. I just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first. What do you think, Solana? Sometimes you don't have a choice. Yeah, this is a long one where he just says, no, that doesn't work. You're being naive, Cal. Nope. Nobody's life is worth more than anyone else's life. It doesn't matter if they're human, Xeno, or anything else out there. We all need to live in peace. Yeah, it is. I don't like his pacifism very much. You spend a few hours following Cal through the garden. The adults have given him a portion of land to plan out for the next planting season. It's a big responsibility, but instead of feeling proud, you can tell Cal is a little distracted by your conversation. He keeps looking over in Anemone's direction, but she seems determined to ignore him. Zingo, thank you for the follow. Tell her what you learned today. Tell her about the bedbug infestation you've been helping Mars with on the down low, because Mars doesn't want anyone to know she has bugs. On Vertumna, bedbugs are as large as your toe and can burp up acid. It sucks. You had to pull out everything from her room and take it down to laundry or incineration. then get it there and scrub down every corner of her room while Mars squealed every time she saw a bug. It was a whole day clean, but by the end Mars's room was sparkling and everything was put back even better than it had been before. Good job, kiddo, your mom says. I remember bed bugs back on Earth. Never thought I'd miss them. Vertumna has it way worse. You spot Dis about to head out on an expedition. He's carrying a full backpack, with the second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. As he approached, you realize he's writing in a notebook, an actual notebook with paper and everything, braced on his knee with one foot on his equipment. He looks up as he approaches and closes the notebook, slipping it into his jacket pocket over his heart. Oh, hey, Solana, he says, then tucks the pen behind his ear. Are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other. Nah, I just came to say hi. This smiles, a brief little flash of teeth. Oh, thanks. He says, I'll only be gone a few days. No big deal. What were you writing? Just stuff. This says dismissively. I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your holopalm where people could find it. You beg him for more details. This huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. How I'm feeling, what the weather is like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm an alien, and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. Do you ever write about me? Dis goes red and ducks his head. Well, sure, he says. You're part of the colony, right? And you're my friend, so of course I write about you. You're about to ask to see, but you're interrupted by Utopia calling for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Dis stoops to pick up the surveying equipment, then he's gone without another word. He must not want you to know what he's writing about you. Curious. Autism moment? Yeah. We are still popular and still need more persuasion, so I'm going to work at the depot again. Actually, just for the kudos and stuff, I'm going to do xenobotany. Your parents and the other colonists who were born on Earth didn't really expect to find identifiable mushrooms, plants, and animals in Vertumna. They were expecting something a little more alien. Crystal or light-based organisms, for example, relying on entirely different chemical processes from the carbon-based life forms of Earth. Not like anyone's complaining, though. Our breathable atmosphere is pretty great. Six biology, 3 organizing, 32 kudos. Okay, this month, despite not being fully stressed out, I will rest. So that I can raise... Let's see if Vase likes fucking cake. I don't know, I'm curious. I know he doesn't like anything alien. Looking for Rex, you're not going to find him here. He says, then the other soldiers snicker like sharing some sort of private joke. You should try out back, or maybe the personal quarters. A birthday cake? Do you think I'm a child? Am I supposed to blow out the candles and make a wish now? But he likes it, though. Okay, I'm gonna rest so that next month I can go exploring, and then I can rest again during Gloom. Glow. But I keep calling it Gloom. Your mom is tending to your garden as you relax nearby. You're both happy to leave each other alone, but you can hear her muttering to herself as she pulls weeds. Every day. You'd think I was never here at all with how some of these weeds grow. I thought that bringing only nice plants would mean we wouldn't have to weed as much, but these Vertumnan plants, they're unstoppable. I just want one place on this planet that's ours. Help her pull weeds. You get down there and help your mom pull weeds for the better part of the afternoon. It's surprisingly hard work. By the end, your back and shoulders are aching and the palms of your hands are on fire. Your mom dumps a huge armful of weeds into a wheelbarrow. These go all the way to the edge of the colony, she says wearily. Whatever plant these roots belong to, they're invading my garden. She turns to the walls and yells, "You stupid pink bastards! Stay out there where you belong!" I'm gonna keep that. Yeah. Okay, and now we go to the wet resting ridge. Oh yeah, it's also birthday for the twins. Oh, Dis's friendship is maxed. I didn't even realize already. I should give Nomi something. Oh yeah, she likes Nomi's manga. With they don't need to give you presents anymore, yeah? Who do I want to give the big flower to like force relationship with? Tammy, I guess. I'm trying to be really good friends with Tammy. I can't. Face, give it to him. Give it to Erytheme. Survey the ridge. No, keep exploring. The only way to the resting ridges is by glider, part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down at the plummeting slope into the valley into the basin below. You are a long way up. Dis and Utopia glide in beside you. Woo! Utopia exclaims. You handled that glider like a champ, Dis. You too, Solana. A lot more exciting than the swamps, right? I want you two to stick together out here. It's dangerous in those ancient Convergent Domain ruins. Convergent Domain? Ruins? You look around. The landscape is like nothing you've ever seen before. Dry, cracked soil gives way to steep cliffs, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the air wick away the moisture in your lips. Glowing thingy on the ground? Yeah. You're radioactive. It's only a little radioactive, yeah. Yeah, I know, I know. And then we can just walk past. We go past everything and we find the important or interesting events. You're scaling a huge rock plateau and you're suddenly overcome with an incredible feeling of peace. You've never felt anything like this. Oh, I want to save this to later. Come back. Because I know that reduces stress. Find the source of the hot wind, yeah. Some kind of defensive barrier. The flies, yeah. Swat the eye fly. Do that. If only I had one more gem. But I can do this. Yeah, do that. We don't have a 5, but we can act like we do. Wait a second. That only barely passes. Well, we have so many logs, we might as well. Yeah, you splash the fly and then there's immediately another fly following you. We're doing some events and then we'll do that one with this on the rock. Take a sample of the radioactive plant. Push through. Oh, I got radiation sickness. Oh no. Whatever, I was gonna rest after this anyways. Oh yeah, this is the little 0G bit. Oh, wait. That's unchangeable, and then we can do this for straight. We need a 4 there, but we can force that. +3 bravery. What is 75 bravery? Yeah. Investigate the heat shimmer. Oh, I forgot to forget this one. Damn. Come to pop back in? I'm gonna do that because I want to use this. That is actually not quite enough. Only Tonin. Only Tonin. You just stare at the figure, the person who looks and moves exactly like you. Then you both slowly, carefully approach the mirage, and like mere images, you both raise one arm, your right and your left, and touch them together. Then the other you says something, but you can't hear. You can only see their lips move. Is it important? Huh. Yeah, I plain forgot when he died, so I forgot to, like, save him. And Dis is here. Dis is sunning himself on top of the rock, stripped down to his shirt. He looks up as your shadow falls over him. Oh, you found it too, huh? This must be the place Dis told you about, his favorite place on the planet, the rock that makes him feel happy. That's deep. Okay, it's our secret. Yeah. He's crouched just off the path, staring at a flower, his face blank. He doesn't react as you approach, so you watch him for a while. He's so perfectly motionless, you'd think he was a plant, too. His eyes are in focus. Is he accessing some kind of mental interface? Eventually, you clear your throat. Sims carefully stands up and turns to face you. For a moment, you're not sure if he recognizes you, then he tosses his head into grimly to his face. Solana, you caught me checking in with the boss. You have a boss? My boss is... As I told you, they aren't fond of change. They're also very much like your boss. What's she named? Named Utopia? Her name word is fitting, isn't it? I appreciate that she always reminds you not to get yourself killed. I wish you'd listen to her. She gave me a job to do. And I have my job, which is to protect this place. Protecting you seems to be my hobby. If my boss finds out I'm talking to you, I'd be in trouble. So, shh. He immerses with a finger to his lips. Then why keep talking to me? Because you're the girl of my dreams, literally. I can't seem to stay away from you. And because you humans are different. I'm so bored of everyone else on this planet. The other gardeners, my boss, they have everything on Vertumna just the way they like it. And they don't want the teeniest thing to change. It's boring. See that tree? Sim points to a large tree with many long limbs dripping from it and embedded in the ground. That tree was a small creature for part of its life cycle. You call it the Vriki. Once it plants its roots, that's where it stays for the rest of its life. The gardeners spend times at trees too, sometimes hundreds of years. If you do that enough, you start to think like a tree, set in your ways. He spreads his hands, an earnest expression in his face. When I watch you, when I talk to you and learn about your species, I feel inspired. I feel young again. How old are you? I like to think I'm young at heart. Yeah? As soon as you open your mouth to listen, to ask another, Sim cocks his head as if listening and holds up a hand. I'm sorry, he says, looking for all the world like he's listening to the dang flower. But I must away. That he's gone, yeah? I got the data you asked for. I dreamed about it last night in my vat. And you're what now? Never mind, let me have the data drive. Yes, but answer question first. What's with those thumping ruins? As your surveyors suspect, they were made by those you call the convergent domain. They built cities and created the gardeners, then ruined everything and left. About 20,000 years ago, give or take. They created you? I said one question, I've already told you too much. You hand over the data drive and Sim takes it reverently as if he could see what's inside. Marvelous. Like a genetic payload, except with digital data instead of organic. But will I learn from this trove, I wonder? You're still puzzling over the implications of the phrase genetic payload as it continues. The other gardeners are so tedious and obsessed with their work. They're more concerned with maintaining equilibrium than experiencing new things. They don't understand that novelty is what makes life interesting. Thank you, Solana. I will treasure this. What's his friendship up now? 80, okay. You want us to study one of the crystal upgrades? Yeah, like study the crystals, study them. Wait a second, we can form a shirt like that. Yeah. Could've gone 38. Oh well. Try blocking the sun. Yeah. Try uprooting one. Try breaking one. And it fucking explodes in your face, right? I'm kind of skipping through this because it's just like exploration details that we know. I do love Dis when he's not being an eco-terrorist, yeah? Oh, a thumper. No, I just want to get rid of that. If only I had a 5. Right, that doesn't say a wild card if I do it that way. Yeah, this. Just looks giddy as you follow the pillar to its base. The large pyramid almost entirely lost under the sand. The wormholes, yeah. Yeah, I don't care about... Oh, fuck, that still gave me stress. Oh, well. Why did I need to do this? Why did I click on it, even? Keep between rounds. Wait a second. Aha. Yeah, that's less. Our result didn't matter very much anyways because I already have that stat maxed. Oh, it's a dis event. You know what? I'm gonna have to reload. Before I accidentally clicked on that. Don't waste the stress, so I can actually go do this event and then do the boss event. This is an entirely different person when he's outside the colony walls. Without people constantly trying to correct his asocial behavior, it's like he's blossomed into someone who's actually confident. The more time you spend with him out here, the more glimpses you catch of the real Dis. But you can't do this, he says, jumping off a huge boulder and doing a cool roll at the end. Wait, no, but you can't do it with your eyes closed. I can. You and Dis cavort around, daring each other to do more and more dangerous things. Dis isn't scared of anything. You think you see something up on one of the plateaus above you. The cliffside is covered in convenient vines. Dare him to kiss you on the lips. What? No, that's not the same. You're cheating. Wow, you might have found the one thing Dis is scared of. He insists you pick a real dare. Dare Dis to climb up there. Yeah, Dis scrambles up the cliff, no problem. He turns around at the top. Now your turn. Well, you dared him, so you gotta follow through. The vines are slippery and dangerous, and some of them are even alive and wriggle when you grab them. You lose your grip right at the top, and you slip and start to fall, but Dis grabs you. Got you, Dis exclaims, pulling you over the ledge. Your heart is thumping, and you're all sweaty from fear. But you did it. Dis looks so calm and collected, even though he just climbed the same treacherous wall and had to save you from a long fall. Why doesn't he ever seem scared? The plateau is empty, but it provides a great view to look out over the wet, resting ridges. You and Dis take a break and watch the shadows creep across the dusty, craggy landscape. This is the life. No school, no gossip, no bullies. No one telling me what to do or what to think. Even with my augmentation in the colony, I always feel like such a coward. But maybe the problem isn't me. It's everyone else, you know? I'm not scared of any of the usual stuff. Monsters, getting hurt, even dying. Like, who cares? But humans keep finding ways to control people with fear. Well, they can't control me. So how about that kiss? Dis laughs embarrassed and starts scrambling down the side of the cliff again. You'll have to catch me first. That one's super cute. Items. Yeah, this is the cave. He looks delighted when you land beside him. You're getting warmer. Hot, 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 very hot. I'm not supposed to tell you anything, but it's just so interesting to watch you figure things out. Humans, so curious and so smart. Dis stammers and turns red. Looks like you're not getting anything out of Sim, though. Yeah? Prep your caving equipment. Into the cave. Try to find a way in deeper. Right. Oh, fuck. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. That does make a pair of flushes. No, that's a lot less. Paying attention to my footing. You find the hidden valley. I can't be bothered to read out all the shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's the same as the first playthrough. I want to see the new stuff, please. Game. I'm going to finish this glow and then I'm going to wrap up for the night. Tension is at 77. We need to relax again. I'm gonna relax in the lounge for once. That one, while being a wild card, is nice. Causes more problems because it's just low inherent value. Yeah, the enemy's here. You've been told on new evacuation procedures for the new month. There's no need to be a hero now that there are so many new soldiers from the Helio. It's probably best if you just follow instructions and head to the lounge with your dad. Go to the front lines. You muster with the rest of the defense force at the gates. Red and Lum are arguing about what tactics to employ. Lum keeps trying to rally the soldiers with a heartening speech about giving it all they've got. All the drones, all the explosives, and Rhett keeps cutting in. We don't need to take any big risks, Red insists. It's a smaller attack, and we have more than enough plasma rifles and turrets. We should save our other resources for when we do need them. Why do things halfway? Lum exclaims. We need to get in there and kick their asses back to the goo they came from. We need to show people that we have everything under control for morale. Brett tries one more time to wrest control of the forces back from Lum, but Lum cuts him off. Fire the explosive rounds! Arm the charges! Shells scream through the permanent night, followed by explosions you feel vibrate up through your boots. The Helios are unfazed, but you and the other Shadow Guards exchange nervous looks. You hear yelling, then another boom as the secondary explosives detonate. The bang of bloodthirsty animals reaches your ears, and then Lum holds his finger to his ear speak. Great work, just as Stradler's incoming. Open the gates to battle. Yeah, nah. I don't know what to play here. Oh, this is a good idea, actually. Make a bit straight, and then it basically doesn't matter at this point. +3 combat. You face off against a lesser Xeno, some kind of finned semi-aquatic thing that's already half dead and limping doggedly through the gates. It's almost comical all how easy it is to stun and kill it. By the time you're done, the other soldiers have dispatched the rest of the creatures. Smoke drifts in from the battlefield from the explosions, an acrid scent of triumph. After the attack, Lum gathers everyone in the lounge and holds a big celebration for the soldiers. There's feasting and drinking and songs of valor, and as the party goes on and long into the night, some drift away in pairs or more. Mars and Rex keep the dancing going. Even Anemone seems to relax, especially when the other cadets invite her to drink with them. Cal and Tammy sit together and talk all night, giggling about something and going quiet when anyone comes near. Tonight, everyone seems convinced that this victory means the colony will be safe forever. Maybe it will be. You sure want to believe it, too. Age 15. Oh, I like you can see the little break in the timeline. Here's a flower, Tammy. I give you a flower every season. Oh yeah, this is where she gets the hollow eye. I should just wrap up. I should really just wrap up. I'm going to finish this because I just started it. Tangent is about to duck back into engineering when you approach. She winces and shields her eye from the sun. She looks at you miserably, and you notice that her right eye is glowing faintly. It's my new hollow eye implant, Tange says. Its ghastly glow snaps in and out of existence as she blinks. I seem to be experiencing some unpleasant side effects from it, and similar to that of an ocular migraine. Tange confesses. Instance warned me that this level of visual information can be difficult for the human brain to comprehend at first. Read forward to engineering and get out of the sun. It's similar to a holopalm. She explains, still holding her forehead and squinting, but with an infinitely large screen because it projects directly into the oculus. It used to belong to Dr. Instance, but she passed it down to help me with my work. I'm sure you'll get used to it soon. Tange sets her jaw and nods determined. I know I will. It's only pain. It's more than an implant, Tange continues as you follow her to the Medbay labs. Hollow eyes are in the very forefront of human augmentation. They represent our next step towards ascending as a species. She touches the red scar where her holopalm used to be. No more clunky screens. No privacy concerns. Elegant, integrated design. It observes the motion of my hands and uses it to generate an AR interface for my entire field of vision. It's partly powered by my own metabolism, through the magnets embedded in my skull. It's beautiful. Nobody else is here. You hear the gentle hum of experiments running in the corner. This kind of technology is so far beyond what we're capable of reproducing in the colony. Once they're gone, they're gone. Maybe Earth will send us a shipment of new ones someday, but I expect they've developed something more advanced since we left Earth. I suppose it's more likely they've forgotten about us completely. I'm in the laboratory, shattered by an alarm. Yeah? I have to get this? Yeah, I'll help with the migraine. I feel less human now, thank you. She says with a small smile. She wobbles over to her experiment when she uses the computer to set the environmental parameters for what seems to be some sort of fungal growth comparison. She'd buy me 2 more hours. Thank you for your assistance. It was nothing. Then thanks for nothing, I suppose. Please don't tell Instance that my body is adjusting poorly to the hollow eye. It's only temporary. The stupid flesh-limp prison is not allowed to draw the limits of my form. Okay. Wrapping up stream. Before I get sucked into something else. Who are we going to raid? Well, before I do that, I have a Discord. You should join it if you haven't already. Straight Stella. About tomorrow? Okay, so my initial plan to play Dawn of War 2 with Cardell is not going to work because she had something with family come up. But I will probably come up with something else to stream tomorrow. Anyways, good night, everybody. I will see you then.